Very good morning to you. Welcome to the fourth and final day of BelTech 2020. My name is Bill Wilson. I work for Kainos. One of the hats I wear is Technology Director for the Internet of Things and Smart Cities. So it's probably no surprise that Tom Gray has asked me to curate this track this morning. But before we get on to that, let me just tell you a few of the things that you can look forward to later on in BelTech. At 11:20, Brian Ogdus from one of our sponsors, Allstate, will be talking about the effect that COVID-19 has had on driving behaviour and wider transportation issues. After that is a couple of presentations on the Belfast digital ambition, followed by a panel debate called the Future Pandemic City or the Post-Pandemic City. And then at 12:40, Shameless Cushy from Bazaar Voice will be giving our closing keynote. Let me just take a moment to acknowledge our business partners. You can see their logos at the top of the screen there, and we'll be hearing more from them throughout the morning. Also, if you're just joining BelTech today, don't worry, the previous 3 days worth of content is all available online, and you can access that through the BelTech website. If you're someone who likes to tweet, we're using the hashtag BelTech20. And if you have any questions for our speakers this morning, as they're going along, do feel free to use the YouTube chat channel to put those questions in. At the end, we'll be having a panel debate, and I'll be able to use those questions and put them to the speakers. I've called this track Intelligent Edge, Intelligent Cloud, Intelligent Choices. The first two things I've stolen shamelessly from Microsoft. But I think as we go along, we will find that there are some interesting IoT use cases that raise potential questions about not just what the technology is capable of, but what is desirable. In our next 2 hours together, another 2 million connected devices will come online around the world. Now, those devices are making an increasingly major difference to our smart factories, smart buildings, smart hospitals, smart cities, smart vehicles. And increasingly, we're using them to make our homes a little bit smarter as well. Speaking of which, I picked up an IoT device from my bathroom this morning. Hopefully you can see that there. It has a very simple function. When you press this button, it orders more Andrex from Amazon. Now, other toilet tissue manufacturers are available, as are other home goods delivery services. Now, I bought this as a bit of fun, but I have a 5-year-old who likes to abuse this button and has pressed it a few too many times when it wasn't necessary. And the result of that was that at the start of the year, we had this massive stockpile of Andrex. But of course, when lockdown hit, that started to look like good planning. Anyway, from the ridiculous to the sublime, let me talk about my panel this morning. I've been really pleased that these 5 people have said yes to join me to talk about this important topic. And they really bring 5 very different backgrounds and different perspectives on IoT. And the order of appearance is important. Let me explain. So we're going to start with what we call the edge, which is compute activity that happens on devices in the field. And Mo Dabba from Humor is going to be talking about edge processing, specifically edge AI. After that, Adrian Sutton from Vortex will be talking about the IoT devices that they have, but also specifically the Vortex mesh network, which is a really interesting piece of technology that allows data from devices to get back to the cloud in sometimes complex and challenging environments. After that, Niall Moran from Microsoft will be talking about the Azure capabilities for managing devices and exploiting the data they can provide. Now, Azure actually goes all the way out to the edge, so there's something called Azure Sphere that I'm sure Niall will talk about that can be deployed on edge devices. After that, since this is a local conference, I'm really pleased that Kira Campbell from Belfast City Council is joining us this morning to give us the Belfast perspective on how this technology has in the past and will in the future enable us to enjoy and make better use of the city once the lockdown's lifted. And our final speaker is Renata Samson from the Open Data Institute. A couple of years ago, the ODI released something called the Data Ethics Canvas, which allows decision makers around these types of solutions to pick through some of the potential ethical issues that might arise with some types of IoT implementation. So in just a second, I'm going to hand over to Mo. Mo and I have been working together on end-to-end IoT solutions for a couple of years now. So Mo, I'm really glad you've been able to join us this morning. I'm looking forward to what you have to say. Mo.
So hi, everyone. I need to share the screen. Right. Okay. So hi, everyone. Thanks very much, Bill, for the introduction, and thanks for the opportunity for being here. I'll be talking today about AI on the edge, but before I talk about AI on the edge, I would like to have a brief introduction to AI and what AI means. I think it's an important topic, and I think it's important that, in this particular topic, we use the right terminology. So what is artificial intelligence? This is a particular quote that I really like by Eric Hoffer, which is really kind of sort of describing our human curiosity of understanding nature and building machines based on our knowledge and understanding of nature, which I think in one way or another relates to our ambition in building automated systems and automated machines, hence AI. Artificial intelligence, if you are a fan of comic books or comic movies, generally in the public eye is being discussed or sort of portrayed in a very polarized fashion. So it's either good or bad. So we're talking about automation as, for example, taking away jobs from people or doing something that we're not really wanting to do. And also even in pop culture, we have, very polarized vision of that. But this is not really the reality. Artificial intelligence is a very mixed picture. And one thing for certain is that as a society, we are more and more interested in artificial intelligence. We are even more interested in particular in the last 5 years when it comes to artificial intelligence. The definition of artificial intelligence really is kind of the formal definition is the theory and development of computer systems able to perform tasks normally require human intelligence, such as visual perception, speech recognition, etc., etc. And when we talk generally in the public domain about AI, I think most people mean general AI, which is really a far sort of vision from where we are at the moment. In our day-to-day life, what we really mean and we use as AI and what we deal with on a daily basis is what we call narrow AI, which is very specific focusing technology that is being developed and optimized to solve specific problems at great efficiency and with very comparable sort of performance to human beings. For example, like face recognition, vehicle detection, all of that sort of things. Very focused technology, which can't really sort of generalize between one application and the other. And just kind of to indulge ourselves a little bit when we talk about intelligence, I think it just to kind of illustrate there is a deeper philosophical question about that. And I'd like to share this observation with you. That both Charles Darwin and Alan Turing realized that there is competence without comprehension, which basically the Turing universal machine and natural selection are both mindless processes that can generate and build efficient complex systems. So, intelligence not necessarily something, comparable to human intelligence in a way. And we need to think of intelligence or artificial intelligence as something by its own. And I really particularly recommend reading this book by Consciousness Explained by Daniel Dennett. It's a very interesting take on this philosophical question. So talking about AI, I think it's important to kind of highlight a few key terminologies. AI as a topic is a very wide, if you like, area that encapsulates so many different things in it. Sometimes it's been interchangeably used with machine learning and other terminologies, but machine learning is a subset of that. So when we talk about machine learning as a term has been coined by Arthur Samuel in 1959. But what basically means is being able to build computer systems that can learn problem solving without being explicitly programmed to do so. And it's amalgamation of different topics: mathematical modeling, statistical analysis, probability theory, etc., etc. Whereas in deep learning, there's a slightly sort of different approach or way of doing this. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because that relates to the AI on the edge and how we are now evolving to use these type of algorithms on the edge. So deep learning is well suited to interface directly with the raw data. It's a very powerful mechanism, a data-driven one, to be able to optimize the machine learning process by extracting features that are specifically tuned to solving that particular problem. That comes with a lot of benefits, but also has quite a lot of risks and demands, particularly around data gathering and being able to interrogate the outcome model. So now I'm going to talk about the motivation behind AI on the edge. I think, the cloud, particularly in cloud services, it's been a very useful innovation for all sorts of different industries and businesses. And, the likes of Microsoft and Amazon have been doing a great job in this area. But there is a need for being able to distribute the computational power of these back-end systems closer to the edge, to the sensor system, for several reasons. One of them is low latency and real-time decision-making. So, for example, when you're actually working with AI at the edge, allows you to be able to do mission-critical, time-sensitive decision-making without being dependent on network traffic and bandwidth, signal coverage, delay in transmission of data between the backend and your remote device. This is particularly important in situations, for example, like we were talking about autonomous vehicle. There's no circumstances in which you want to have a delay in making a decision, for example, in an emergency brake by even milliseconds. And being able to do that particular decision on the spot is very, very important without any delays. The other is data security and privacy. I think we are a lot more aware these days about data security and privacy, and I think there's quite a lot of rules and regulation around that, and it's a very challenging problem. Being able to sort of still do the analytics and provide the new sort of technologies that can help the quality of human life, but also maintaining data security and privacy of individuals as well. So AI at the edge can help really in solving a lot of these problems, mainly by anonymizing data at the source. So, for example, the sensor system itself can provide some level of obstructing data in order to remove sensitive information. Also, it reduced the need to store raw data. So, once the data or the information has been extracted from the data, there's no need really to store that data if it's not going to be processed again. What you need is the information that has already been extracted, which doesn't necessarily have to be or contain some personal information. The other thing is being able to reduce the exposure of that data through transmission and storage, because we don't really need to transmit the data through networks and from different platforms in order to be able to do the processing. The processing can really happen very close to the sensor of the source, which means that potential hacks, exploitation of that data is also reduced. And the other thing is, sometimes when we using some cloud services, we, in a way, if we hand over the management of privacy to these services if we hand over the data. I mean, a lot of the services provided really take care of that, but nevertheless, we're giving away data that could potentially be misused somehow. So if you consider a smart city scenario particularly, and looking at the camera sensor, cameras are actually a very nice example of demonstrating this, because the volume of data generated by cameras is very large, particularly with the latest technology and the high definition camera sensor we have. So if you consider an urban scene like the one we see on the right, you can see there's so many things going in there, but we don't really need to transmit that information, that image particularly to the cloud to be able to extract the relevant information from it. We could do that on the spot, really, and only transmit the information that is being generated by the AI algorithm. This particular output is from an algorithm called DenseCap, which is one of the kind of very elegant algorithm in solving that problem. On the other hand, you can also anonymize that data if you really still want to transmit the videos by, so for example, masking people's faces and number plates and things like that, which can also help you sort of, reduce the need to, or reduce the need, or to reduce the chances of containing any private data in that raw data. So some, for example, like pixelated faces or pixelated number plates. And the other one is energy and cost. I just actually extracted this particular article from Wired just to kind of highlight a few things. And I found it fascinating, really, that our sort of human demand to sort of run more AI algorithm has increased by about 300 folds between 2012 and 2018. And if you actually look at what has been sort of estimated in this particular article, there's a particular algorithm has been released at the beginning of this year to solve the Rubik cube using robotic hand, and it's been estimated that this might actually consume about 2.8 gigawatts of hours of electricity. That is roughly equal to the output of 3 nuclear power plants for an hour. I mean, let this sink in for a second. That's massive. If you consider all the computational power needed to run all of these data centers and all of these sort of servers, it's huge. It has a massive impact on the environment. It has a massive impact on all sort of different things in our life. And if you add to that as well the cost of transmitting and installing sort of new sort of transmission infrastructure, all of that stuff, and there's a cost to the business, but also a cost to the environment as well, that potentially AI on the edge can help to reduce and drive down the computational demand for this, as well as reduce the need to transmit that large volumes of data. So I hear you ask, why now? Why AI on the edge now? And why it's actually been, we've been talking about this more and more, and it's becoming a lot more popular in the last few years, particularly. There are two main reasons, mainly the availability of software, but also the availability of really hardware, really highly computational, capable hardware that can be deployed on the edge. Almost all the big players, all the big hardware suppliers, as well as some software suppliers now provide some tools and some sort of embedded devices that can allow you to do some level of inferences and machine learning tasks on the edge. For example, here is the Core chip, which is being developed by Google. There's the Movidius chip as well from Intel. Qualcomm famously had quite a lot of different platforms like the RB3 and the RB2, and a lot of these things are actually now live in quite a lot of mobile phone devices. ARMS, now they have their own sort of AI platform, and obviously, famously, NVIDIA has been capitalizing on this enormously, and they have a wide range of different embedded devices that allow you to do this computation on the edge. But the other side of this is the availability of software. Quite a lot of different platforms and libraries that allow you to do machine learning now are freely available for people to use, and they're quite easy. And a lot of this development now is changing dramatically. So there's quite a lot of different, tools that you can use in order to be able to deploy and develop these technologies quite easily, really. And this meant that we have almost an explosion of different applications where AI on the edge can actually happen. So, Bill mentioned, for example, that we used to work extensively on smart city application from end to end, doing AI on the edge all the way to the cloud. And smart cities is one of the main areas in which that can happen. And also Industry 4.0 is a very nice example of that, where a lot of IoT devices now require to have some level of intelligence that allow you to do some basic tasks and sort of, and some level of automation. Obviously, urban mobility, transportation is another big topic, connected vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and other sort of, public transport is becoming very, keen and a big user of that technology, as well as, for example, telemedicine, it's remote monitoring, and all of that stuff to help, for example, in this current situation with the COVID-19. It helps having these sort of wearable devices that we can utilize in order to be able to monitor patients remotely without having to sort of expose more people to the disease and things like that. In addition to security and surveillance demand, there's quite a lot of application at the moment in this area. Okay, so what is the future when it comes to AI on the edge? I think, in my opinion, as a machine learning community particularly, we really need to break this traditional cycle of gathering data, annotating data, training, and deploying. Because I think, once, for example, you train a machine learning model on the cloud and deployed it, this is the time where the machine learning algorithms stop learning. And now it starts decaying because the environment will change, the target will change. However, the machine learning algorithm itself stays the same. And being able to get away from this reductionist approach by enabling and innovating around having AI models that can evolve, on the edge is a very important development to help us sort of expand that topic. And another challenge there is low size, weight, and power. Obviously, these devices are not really comparable in terms of their computational capacity when it comes to the server ends, but that means that we have to optimize these algorithms to make them run on the edge more smoothly and more efficiently. Another is system reliability. It's a big topic because mainly machine learning-based AI systems are complex systems, are undeterministic. So being able to handle system failures and being able to provide, reliable services is really crucial. And last is basically being able to update models and platforms over the edge, over the air, and this is very important. There are now solutions where people are exploring, for example, federated learnings to solve all sorts of different problems where we can do some level of training remotely as well as centralized. So in summary, really, I think AI is here to stay. It has a very rapid growth, and the AI on the edge story is an integral part of that growth. AI on the edge complements AI in the cloud, and it provides a balance between the powerful cloud computing and the localized low latency decision making. So in my opinion, I think the future will have to be a combination of both AI on the edge and in the cloud as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mo. Loads to chew over there. Do keep those questions coming in on the chat if you have any questions for Mo or any of our other speakers this morning. So in a moment, I'm going to hand over to Adrian Sutton from Vortex. Vortex are a Kainos partner. Adrian will no doubt tell you they provide a number of IoT sensors and solutions themselves. But I've asked Adrian to particularly highlight the Vortex mesh network and its capabilities in bringing data back from the edge to the cloud. And Adrian will be speaking right after this message from our sponsors.
Hi, and thank you very much for the intro, Bill. I've got the job now of following Mo, who give a pretty in-depth discussion. Lots of those images I could recognise as elements that are embedded into our hardware. So hopefully, I can provide a segue, if not an informative take on mesh network and how we do that at Vortex. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here this morning. And as Bill said, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Vortex mesh network, what we do with it. In particular, I'm going to pull out perhaps a trend which Mo touched on with smart city and the explosion in interest that's creating, and that the IoT sort of sector is really beginning to enable. But we looked at air quality monitoring, which, pre-pandemic, if we can all remember that time pre-pandemic, was probably one of the most trending things in technology and from an environmental perspective. And we certainly began looking at that about 2.5 or so years ago, and how we could apply our mesh to that environment. And how that market was served. So we thought it was best served by looking at air quality monitoring from a hyperlocal level. And we coined the phrase, which is really enabled by our mesh, which is about making the invisible visible. I think more people die per annum from poor air quality than died in the First World War, for example. It's a horrible stat, but really puts into perspective what this invisible disease can create. And we know even from the pandemic in recent months that Qom in Iran, Lombardy in Italy, and also the area in China, they had very high levels of respiratory diseases amongst the communities because they were very much in industrial heartlands, etc. So it's something that we've taken seriously, and let me tell you probably a little bit more about that and how we're using mesh and IoT technology to bring that to life for our end customers. Okay, so on why hyperlocal? All right. So there's a little bit of there's some studies been done in recent times where we can see that across just blocks, that the level of air pollution really changes drastically. Google cars are now collecting air quality statistics, and we know that they provide quite high level of accurate information, but they are spot, so it's taking a reading of a street at a point in time, and it may not return there for months or maybe a year or whatever it may be. So we've looked at those kind of areas, and you can see on the right on those imagery how Google have looked at this and where the discrepancies come from. So if we were going to deploy something there on a permanent basis, so not just a car, but actually getting continuous data from that area, how would you go around doing it? Now, the infrastructure to this, would be the key, and you also need to think about what already exists there. So we've already got light poles, and like any IoT business that's going into smart city, light poles become Christmas trees. That's where you get to make it. That's really is where the land grab is for us, and where we can begin to deploy our hardware and move things on from there. So why would we do that as well, and why would we look to break down kind of the current status quo where we've got cars going around and the cars are showing that we've got high levels of discrepancies and differences across blocks, but currently our cities are often served by 1, 2, 3 sort of behemoth air quality stations, and they're not necessarily reflecting what's happening on the ground. And we know that when we looked into this market, that the vast majority of the growth in the environmental air sensing market in the next 5 to 10 years would come from devices that were fully automated and continuous monitoring, providing a constant data feed. And there's very good reasons for that. Okay, in that the current hardware, as you can see here, if we got accuracy going up on the left and distance, once you get more than 100 meters away from that weather station or that air quality monitoring station, the accuracy of that data drops up significantly. So therein now becomes another layer of the challenge on how we bring our mesh network to bear upon that, plus our device. Now, we're going for hyperlocal air quality monitoring devices. They're not necessarily the highest level, but you've got a discrepancy now in cost as well. So you're paying either 60K per annum for a complete weather station, or you're paying about hundreds of thousands of pounds per annum for multiple devices deployed around the community to get a far more granular or hyperlocal view of your community. And that's what we set about doing, and therefore we get a far richer level of data from our environment. So this is where we came in, and this is where our Vortex mesh network, our light pole network, becomes the backbone of the infrastructure for that smart city to do hyperlocal air quality monitoring. So as it's already said, the light poles become our Christmas trees, and we place our kit on those as well. So we've got a very long range wireless infrastructure. It's self-healing, it's self-organizing, so it's part of that cognitive part of technology, which is growing very rapidly. I think Bill said at the top of this session that 2 million devices, additional devices, will be connected to the internet by the end of this morning. I think we've got 100 of those. Okay, we've currently got a deployment going on in South Wales, and I just checked into the team between yesterday and this morning. We have 100, so we're part of that stat. And also, more talked about the explosion of devices. Well, this is where it comes from, really, and this infrastructure becomes the enabler of those of that explosion, amongst others. But the mesh network is just part of it, and we thought about to get the real value out of the mesh, to actually use the edge. Then we needed to create a system. So far more than just a sensing devices. How do you create a system so you can actually deliver value, and therefore your end users are getting data from these devices continuously in real time that they're able to interact with and make sort of evidence-based decisions or interventions. So yes, our system starts with a sensing device. The data is managed at an edge. So typically we have little edge boxes on light poles, and they can cover 50, 60 devices, and then we transport that data across our mesh and present that to a backhaul link into an end user interface. But there we go. So that's the end. The end-to-end system which we have. And perhaps one of the important things of the mesh network and the Vortex mesh network is that we're able to do over-the-air updates. So Mo talked a lot about resilience and security, and that became a sort of a key enabler for us. And because whilst the data we may be transporting may not be ultimately sensitive, if you distort it or hack it, then that's going to be pretty troublesome, because this is actually being reported into sort of government agencies and councils across Council Shire globally as well. Okay. The other element where the mesh network becomes really key in this is that air pollution, for example, has 2 or 3 real key vectors in it. It's dynamic, and it's temporal, and it's spatial. Okay, and then you get the meteorological effects that bring sort of a whole different set of vectors, and then the environmental causes. Right, when you put them all together, it becomes quite a complex area, and then how do you then deploy a solution or a system into a smart city that takes into effect these and therefore gives you quality data? And perhaps this next video begins to demonstrate why hyperlocal air quality monitoring is so important. Now we're in London here, which is one of our deployments, and this part of London had one air quality monitoring station that was which was measuring the whole of this area. Well, when you begin to zoom into it, if you look at all the different things, there's a river. We know that the river is causing dispersion of air quality, and then you've got a whole set of buildings which creates different weather situations and wind eddying. So how could one sensor actually reliably give you that information? But at the same time, how do you deploy sensing devices into this environment effectively? That's why the light poles become really important, and that's why the mesh network becomes a really key enabler. So you deploy a mesh network which is low on hardware and low on total cost of ownership to actually scale this environment and provide you with a far more granular picture, so you do actually get to know what's happening. So we know that in this particular part, this is the City of London, the actual square fields, they're actually net benefactors of their neighbours' air pollution. The river causes some phenomenons which brings air pollution down from neighbouring boroughs, but at the same time you've got an airfield not too far from here, the City of London airport. Now you're beginning to separate where these are coming from, and using AI at the edge. We've patented a really cool thing about causal detection analysis. So not only we're giving you the readings of what your NO2 or your air particulate are, but we're beginning to tell you now what the causal areas of these are. And that becomes a very rich form of data. But once again, the key thing is the carrier, which is the mesh, which is able to transport that data. So you can see we've transported that data now, and this is another short video now of an user interface. So we've gone from the device across the mesh, and now we're at just a very short simulation of what that data looks like. We've got 300 devices in the City of London. At least we would have if the pandemic hadn't come in. So we're at the early stages of full deployment. We've done about 6 months of testing. We're growing the mesh iteratively. But you can see this is a picture of the City of London over a course of a week on a time-lapse video. And you can see how the pollution changes over different parts of the day. I think we're going to start off with all pollution, and you can see there's pretty much a heat map going on here of what's happening across the London. We're going into PM10, so that's pretty much harmful stuff which we can breathe in, and see where are the hotspots and maybe where you may want to introduce additional interventions, such as maybe no vehicles, no lorries between certain timeframes. You may want to look at how people are walking to school. A pretty cool thing that we found out through this mesh is that using old reporting mechanisms, a child walking to school is actually exposed to about 3 months worth of NO2, but actually the reporting format that's currently in place means that they only have to report once an hour. And there's very few councils that actually break that reporting cycle on that place. But if you were to walk to school, you would be exposed to about 3 months worth of NO2. But that's all been possible because we're able to get hyperlocal air quality monitoring in place, and then we can help the councils can use our data to actually make interventions. So in the case of City of London, they've introduced more interventions around Southwark and Bank, and been able to back that up with real key evidence as to why it happens. And they've seen drops in the NO2 since post-pandemic. We've seen, as you'd expect, and probably seen on some of the press, the air quality has improved significantly. And then we get to sort of different environments as well here, and again the mesh becomes the key. So this is Port Talbot. In a report about 2-3 years ago, it was got the unfortunate tag of being the most polluted county in the UK. A couple of reasons for this, and if you can follow my cursor, we've got a 7 square kilometre Tata Steel site here. We've got the M4 running pretty much left to right across two-thirds up here, and sandwiched alongside it, or nestled on to the left of it, we've got the largest local authority housing estate in the UK. Now, town planners definitely wouldn't make a town look like this today, but this is legacy. You know, the steelworks opened in the 60s. The M4 wasn't too far behind that, and then this local authority housing has grown to serve the 3,500 workforce, direct workforce that is needed here as well. Okay, but some of the things that we found out here through the mesh and being able to get our hyperlocal air quality is that they've introduced variable speed limits across this slice of the motorway. But because of the proximity of junctions, junctions make for more braking, more gear changes, which means more NO2 and more particulate. And we have been able to pick up the discrepancies from the AUN, the actual, there you see around there, that's the actual weather station here. We've been able to get a much granular level of view and demonstrate that actually because of there's 1 to 3 junctions in quite short distance, the actual variable speed limit for the smart motorway is potentially causing more pollution than if it was the normal 70 mile an hour speed limit. Okay, so the questions at play now is, do they maintain the 3 junctions? Do they maintain the speed limit? And on all this type of thing, but that's all done on sort of an enhanced and hyperlocal air quality data set, which we've been able to deploy as a result of the mesh network, giving us that ability to connect and create a system across the city. Okay. The other thing we're able to do is create geospatial areas and geofence certain areas so that we know that we can target particular interventions along those. So again, very rich data set created by the mesh. The council in here are also now looking at how do we set about creating a sort of repertoire of runs where we know that the runner can jog and not be exposed to the highest level of pollution that with across that cityscape. So again, you can see how the full end-to-end system begins to help with data intervention that also makes for better places to live, work, and play. I'll just skip over these because again, this is kind of some of the raw data that you get off the mesh. And then we've taken it to another level as well now in recent, in that we're combining sort of parking and air pollution. We spend about 4 days a year looking for parking spaces. And we thought, if you're just going to deploy air quality monitoring sensors, that's just actually giving you sort of not hitting your bottom line from a cost perspective. But if we took detecting the availability of on-street parking and actually classifying vehicles at the edge using AI and transporting that data in real time to connected vehicles or whatever it may be, you've got an environmental product that is actually going to, because there's a financial element to it, can revenue generate for the council, but also begin to persuade society to change its behaviours and do things differently. So that's pretty much where we've been focused on the mesh in smart cities, and I think that's about me done, really. I'm to coming to an end yet. So that's been the Vortis mesh. And as I said, it's a full end-to-end system where you can get any number of devices. In this instance, I've chosen air quality, but we also have a bridge on the end of that mesh, which allows us to bring in Bluetooth, wireless HART, wherever it may be. And again, that's another very key point of this mesh is your interoperability built into it. So from a council perspective, that's really good because you avoid vendor lock-in. It's very adaptive. I've shown you smart city, but the 100 devices we've actually fitted in the last 24 hours actually been in an industrial setting. And then it's very scalable. It's giving you quite attractive low total cost of ownership, and it's available.
Adrian, thank you. Super useful, and really useful to hear not just about the technology, but about some of the use cases you're trying to solve, and about the kind of complexities of handling the air quality issues as well. Later on, I might ask you about the features of the self-organizing and self-healing network. Now, in a moment, we'll be moving on to Niall Moran from Microsoft, who'll be talking about some of the capabilities that Azure has for managing devices and onboarding that data. It's been my privilege over the last couple of years to be working with the connected products team in Microsoft, and it's great to get a perspective from a major player. So Niall will be joining us shortly after this video.
Many government services, we were primarily a paper-driven organisation. So when applying for a passport, paper application forms were the norm, and people would have to go to the post office, pick up several application forms, notes for guidance, take the application home and spend time looking at the notes and working out how to complete it. People expect to be able to access services online on a mobile device from home easily, quickly and efficiently. But it's also about enabling us to be able to do the end-to-end service more quickly, more efficiently and more accurately.
So they understood they had to digitally transform. So instead, with the new digital service, you can apply for your passport either on your laptop or on your phone. You get told exactly, you get asked tailored questions about what you need to provide. You get told exactly the set of documents you need to send in. The whole user experience has transformed, and as a result, the business has transformed too. This is one of the best projects I've worked on in my life. We work as a team. There's no separation. I guess that's what you see in the digital transformation.
People are often delighted by our service. We exceed expectations, so it makes me very happy to see comments on social media. I'm even more pleased now that we're starting to get the recognition from the industry. So across government, we're seen as one of the exemplars, and we've started winning awards. The difference in terms of our partnership with Kainos is Kainos really listen to what we need. Kainos have recognised that we need to be sustainable and we need to be able to build the internal capability to do that. So in really practical terms, we're adding new features all the time in response to customer feedback and policy changes and changes to the world around us.
It was a step-by-step, a simple, simply explained format that you couldn't go wrong, I felt. It told you how to do it. The photographs were taken from my tablet. It was far quicker than doing paper version. I was kept in communication at all stages, and within half an hour I had had a response saying it had been approved. The following week they were there in the post. So yes, for anybody that is not technically minded, I would say don't fear it. Go for it.
Hi, my name is Susie Murda and I am Director of Claims Tech Solutions at Allstate Northern Ireland. And as a company, we are delighted to be supporting BelTech for the 5th year in a row. Now, more than ever, it's vital as a community that we come together to share knowledge on the latest technology, as well as discussing what's happening in the market. I am delighted that BelTech have pivoted and are now going ahead online, as it's the must-attend conference in the local market. For one, I am looking forward to talks and discussions from some of our industry's smartest people.
What an amazing tech scene we have here in Belfast. I'm a trainer, I get out in the community and I get to see what people are building, and it's just amazing. We're a diverse community of enthusiastic, talented people building great software. Before COVID, every night of the week you would have found a meetup on some topic and learned new things, shared ideas with other people. Now we're all in lockdown, but we're still doing it. We're still getting out there remote, lunchtimes meetups, afternoon, evening meetups, and even remote conferences. So it's a brilliant community. I'm proud to be part of it. I hope you are too.
Okay, good morning. Thanks, Bill, for the introduction. My name is Niall. I'm the technical lead here in Microsoft Ireland. Me and my team, we work with some of our large customers on all sorts of technologies, but we've had the pleasure of working on a few IoT projects, and I wanted to share with you today just some of the technology choices you're going to have to think about as you think about IoT projects, and some of the learnings that we've had. So before I get into the technology too detailed, let me just talk about, at a high level, some of the components of an IoT solution. I think this is really important because one of the learnings we have is that, IoT solutions can be quite complex. There's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of data being moved from one place to another. So you need to think about all of those components. Things like device management and control, a network that Adrian talked about. You're going to have to think about analytics on the edge as well, as Mo discussed. How you ingest data is going to be really important. We're assuming when we talk about IoT that we're talking about a lot of data as well. That presents some challenges that you might not be used to when you're thinking about application architecture and solution architecture. As that data comes through, we want to analyze it. We want to analyze the stream of data. We don't just want to store it and look back at that data later on. We might want to do some real-time or near real-time analytics on that data, whether that's on the edge or in the cloud. It doesn't really matter, but we need different kind of capability to do that. So it's another consideration. Obviously, we have the traditional cold path and analytics. In other words, let's store that data. We'll do that as batches. We'll batch process that data and we'll look back at it. But again, we're talking about In a lot of cases, we're talking about significant amounts of data, and you may be pulling data through from IoT devices, but also pulling data in from internal line of business systems and databases so that you can cross-reference and analyze. So there's a business intelligence element to that as well. And more importantly then, or what's becoming more important now is then what do we do with that data? Can we make decisions on that data? Can we then feed those decisions back down to the edge so decisions can be made in real time? And that's where machine learning, as Mo discussed in detail earlier on, comes in. We also see a lot of use cases where we want to integrate then into the back end with line of business systems. For example, if service engineers need to be dispatched in a manufacturing scenario where there's a fault condition, or if we're in a preventative maintenance scenario where we're trying to predict service schedules, then we may actually proactively send service engineers out. So we see a lot of customers integrating the learnings from the data into line of business systems. The reason this is so important is you need to be very clear from the outset. You could say this about any project, but in particular because IoT projects can be so complex. You need to think about your business value and your business case. You need to be very clear on the value and how you're going to monetize the data and how you're going to cover the cost and get a return from the cost of deploying an IoT solution. With all of the technology we have nowadays, it's relatively easy to put together an IoT solution, but productionizing that and making sure there's a return on investment from that is the key thing. Whether that's a completely new product, whether it's operational efficiency or how you engage with customers, that's a really important point to think about upfront. I do see customers that are, go back to Bill's Andrex example earlier on, that are putting out smart technology, but they're not actually charging customers for it. They can't pass the cost of that on to customers. So they need to think about business models to cover the cost. So let's think about that from an architectural point of view. This is one of the first things that we see customers challenged with when it comes to IoT solutions. Your traditional on-premise architectures where you've got a monolithic architecture, where everything is built to be robust, you're designing it to avoid failures, etc. Servers are, kind of unique in terms of all the components that are deployed, etc., etc. That's traditional on-premise infrastructure simply won't work when it comes to IoT. It's one of the great applications of cloud because it really forces people to think about decomposed, distributed systems, high volume, high throughput, design for failure, looking at mean time to resolution rather than how to avoid failures and assuming failure and stuff like that. So it's a really good kind of architectural concept. It's not specific to the cloud, the Lambda architecture, but that's really where you need to be thinking when you think about IoT solutions. Now, that's easy to say, but actually for a lot of organizations, that's a massive cultural shift within their organization. So obviously partners like Kainos, et cetera, are geared up to work this way, but culturally within your organization, it's a shift from, like I say, a design to avoid to a design for failure mentality. And that's really important. We'll talk about security later on as well. That's another mindset shift that you need to think about, which is to assume breach as opposed to try and protect and avoid breach. So when we think about a reference architecture for IoT, and this is a very simple version of it, there are a number of components that are really important. And this is a Lambda-based architecture, which means we're doing stream processing and batch processing in a very disconnected way. So we're thinking about separation of concerns. Each component in this architecture is responsible for doing one thing and one thing only. So if you take it from the left, we think about the things, which is the T. We think about the devices themselves. We think about how we provision those devices. That's really important in an IoT scenario. You're assuming there are many devices. So bulk provisioning devices is really important. So we're thinking about edge devices as well. So you may have edge gateways that take the data from the IoT devices, do something with that data, maybe some analytics, and then or anonymize the data and then send data to a cloud gateway. And that cloud gateway needs to be able to handle significant amounts of data. So it needs to be primed for streaming data not necessarily for storing data or dealing with transactions. As we come beyond that and get into the cloud, we're into the insights piece, and we'll typically have two paths that we think about. We'll have a warm path and a slow, a warm path and a cold path, or a fast path and a slow path. The fast path is really about making decisions in real time or near real time. Again, the technology choices around that are important. And then the slow path is around batch processing that data and pushing it into maybe a traditional data store that you would be used to, which we can then use as data sources for machine learning or for business intelligence. And then we're into obviously the reporting side of it. On the stream processing side, we will store the data in what we call a warm path store, and we'll analyze that data in real time. And typically we're doing aggregations. Example I always go back to is the sound monitoring we did for Croke Park when we were looking at concerts and regulations around decibel levels. There's no point in looking at spikes. You know, a boom will cause an 80, 90 decibel hit. The regulation says that it can't go over 75 over any 15-minute period. So what we need to do is we need to aggregate that data. We call that a sliding window, where we aggregate that data over 15 minutes. And we make sure that it doesn't go over 75, or if it does, that we send an alert back down to those devices. And that's an interesting point as well when we think about architecture. That communication from, you'll notice the arrows there, from the edge gateways, cloud gateway out to the edge and out to the devices, needs to be two-way. It needs to be a two-way communication so that you can provision and decommission, but also send messages back down. So when we think about message ingestion, really you need to think about the amount of data that you're bringing through. If it's significant, then you're thinking about tools like Kafka, you're thinking about event hubs, and you're thinking about IoT hub. There are others, and there are many ways of doing data ingestion. I mean, you could stick a REST API out there in a web application, but it's not going to be primed for the high volume ingestion that we're talking about. And so Azure Event Hubs is a managed service within Azure. Kafka on HD Insight. HD Insight is a kind of a Hadoop-based file system with a number of different stream processing engines sitting on top of it, an analytics engine sitting on top of it, Kafka being one. And then Azure IoT Hub. My recommendation for IoT scenarios is that you go with Azure IoT Hub. Azure IoT Hub is, in fact, Azure Event Hubs with a whole lot of new capability on top of it. You can go for Kafka, obviously, and sometimes you'll make decisions based on capability within your organization, skills, and so on. And that's fine. But it is worth looking at just the extra capability that IoT Hub gives you. First of all, it's a managed service, so you're not managing infrastructure and creating clusters and so on. But also, it's primed for IoT scenarios. So it will support MQTT, it will support device management, so we can give every single device that connects an identity. It will manage the security and the handshake between those two using certificates. It will allow us to provision devices. So it really is more than just the ingestion. It also comes with the device capability, but because it uses event hubs underneath, it's well capable of managing millions of data points a second. So it's really the way to go when you think about IoT scenarios. It is a managed service. There's always this concept of lock-in when you use a managed service. Obviously, you can go and build your own infrastructure in Azure and manage all of that yourself for your ingestion. But it would be, in this case, I think, a little bit crazy when you've got something like IoT Hub, which doesn't really lock your data in at all. It's really just streaming that data through to syncs that you decide, and we'll talk about that in a second. So when it comes to stream processing, you have a lot of options. We have a kind of native Azure capability called Stream Analytics, really easy to use, really simple to use. So it's a really good way of taking data from your IoT Hub, doing some aggregation on it and sending the aggregation results somewhere to do something, whether it's a message queue to trigger an alert or off to a Cosmos DB or SQL or whatever database to store the data. Really simple to use. Has some limitations, which I'll talk about in a minute. We've got HD Insight with Spark Streaming. Again, I managed kind of a Hadoop cluster, Hadoop file system with different analytics engines on top of it. So we've got Spark built into that. My favorite is Databricks, and we have Apache Spark built into Azure Databricks, so it's a complete Databricks environment managed for you. It just means you can use all of the standard Databricks libraries, install new libraries, but it's a managed service, so you're not into managing infrastructure in any way. Azure Functions, App Service, Web Jobs, and Apache Kafka again with the Streams API. A lot of different options there. If we look at them, there's a bit of a I chart this slide. I will share these slides so that you have them and have all the links embedded in them. But this is a good comparison of the different options. Again, you'll see programmability is an important one if you're thinking about skills and capability within your organization. You'll see Azure Stream Analytics is quite limited when you compare it to the likes of HD Insight with Spark, or indeed Spark and Azure Databricks. That's why my preference would be Azure Databricks. One thing that is interesting about Stream Analytics is that you can build a Stream Analytics query that essentially runs your aggregations in real time over the stream of data that comes through, and you can then deploy that Stream Analytics job down to the edge device. So if that's a relatively standard kind of aggregation query, like the example I used earlier on with Croke Park, where you just want to know if the average window over 15 minutes has gone over a particular spike, it might be better to push that down onto the edge. Otherwise, as you're bringing that, and you can use a combination of these, by the way. You can use Stream Analytics. IoT Hub will partition the data, so it will send the data to Stream Analytics. It will also send it to Azure Databricks if that's what you want. And so you can use a combination. So you could use Stream Analytics for doing the simple aggregations, push it down to the edge. And then Azure Databricks for doing a lot more of the complex kind of data analytics in the cloud. Also, I like the programmability options. I like to write in Python. I like to switch to SQL. There's no SQL there, but I like to switch to SQL syntax when I want to, because that's my background. And then I can do a lot of the machine learning capability in Databricks as well. So when we overlay some of those options onto the reference architecture, this is what we see. I didn't mention Azure Sphere. I'll come to that in a little while. But IoT Hub, device provisioning service, allows you to automatically provision device, push configurations down to those devices, push certificates down to devices, and make sure everything is secured and the handshake to the cloud is secure. IoT Hub, I discussed, that's your cloud gateway. That's managing ingestion. It's allowing you to monitor devices, turn devices on, turn them off, etc. Databricks then is our piece that I would be recommending for the stream processing, maybe with some Stream Analytics, Azure Stream Analytics built into that as well for different use cases. I then push my data usually into a Cosmos DB. You could use a kind of a data warehouse there, like Azure SQL Data Warehouse or Synapse as we're calling it now. And then you're into streaming that data out into Power BI using Azure AD as your kind of authentication and user management capability. You can stream data live from Databricks into Power BI portal. It's quite powerful if you want to get a very quick Power BI view of the real-time data. That's possible as well. Or you can point Power BI at your cold store to analyze the data as you normally would. On the other end, then, when it comes to business integration, Logic Apps within Azure, I mean, you can do this any way you want, but Logic Apps allows you to build workflows to integrate data into different systems quite neatly. And we'll talk about machine learning separately. Just a real quick point on availability. It's something that I get asked a lot, what's the availability of Azure? It's an impossible question to answer. And the reason for that is that the SLAs are at a service level. That's really important because it means you can build whatever uptime you want. If you want 4 nines, you can build that because you can put multiple services together. Something to be aware of, though, is that there are SLAs. So IoT Hub 99.9% means that worst case scenario, you're going to be down 48 minutes a month. This is something Microsoft was very open about. You need to design for that. And that's where the Lambda architecture will come in. You also need to think about composite SLA. So in other words, if multiple components go down at different times, that means your downtime potentially can increase if they're tightly coupled, like in a traditional architecture. So we see a lot of customers lifting and shifting traditional architectures into the cloud. That can be a problem. With Lambda-based architectures, you don't have that because everything's decoupled. As long as you think about things like retry policies on the edge, device caching, so that if for some reason we can't connect to IoT Hub because it's within that 48 minutes, that it will just continue on. The stream analytics, if it goes down, Azure Databricks, it'll pick up where it's left off the last time. But it is an important consideration, and I have some links in there when you're thinking about IoT, you're thinking about high availability and disaster recovery. Security considerations are really important. You need end-to-end security. We've built a thing called Azure Security Center in Azure. We have updated that with IoT capability, so that will actually do threat prevention. So it will, in other words, it will recommend configuration scenarios to you to increase security. And it will also do detection. So it will use machine learning to actually look at data on the device. This does require an agent on the device then to say, is there something going on? Is there a man in the middle attack? Has that IoT device been taken over, and that type of stuff. Azure Sphere is a new technology that embeds encryption and embeds our BitLocker encryption into a new OS. It's a Linux-based OS, and we're working with hardware partners to embed that OS into microcontrollers. And that's really interesting because it's low-cost encryption, and it just means if devices with microcontrollers in them are compromised, that people can't get at the data sources and do man-in-the-middle attacks. And obviously, all transport is encrypted via TLS and SSL. On machine learning, there are, again, loads of different ways you can do machine learning. You can create machine learning VMs in Azure to do your modeling. You can do it in Databricks. There's a lot of ML capability in Databricks as well. I would strongly recommend you look at Azure Machine Learning, something Mo said earlier on when you're thinking about pipelines, how you get new models, new data, train models, move those models down to the edge or into the cloud, and how you manage that whole pipeline and movement of machine learning models is really important. It's not proprietary to Microsoft in that you can use your normal Jupyter notebooks. It integrates really well with Databricks so that you can do all of your coding in Databricks and then tell Databricks to use AutoML, for example, to take that data and come up with an automatic machine learning model. It's really, really powerful stuff. If you know anything about machine learning, you'll know that working with the data, getting the data right, doing the feature engineering is probably the biggest piece of work. But once you've done that, let's say in Databricks, you can give it to the AutoML engine and it will go through iterations and iterations of different models to give you the most accurate model. Once you have that model, you can then deploy that down to the edge using IoT Edge so that machine learning model is being used or inferenced on the edge as opposed to in the cloud, having to bring that data back. So that's totally up to you. You've got those options. Just to finish, I've embedded some links here. The Croke Park Innovation Case Study is one I personally worked on, and it's a little bit old. It's a couple of years old, but still good. There's a free learning path that we've made available for IoT School, a couple of reference architectures, and then solution accelerators, which are really powerful. They just allow you to spin up a resource group in Azure with all of the different components that you'll need. You can then customize them, edit them, remove pieces, add pieces, and do what you like with it. Put some really good resources in there. So, whistle-stop tour of IoT capability and some of the learnings, and I look forward to some of the questions later on. Thank you.
Niall, thank you for packing so much into that. And as an architect, it's good to see a good consideration of non-functional requirements as you're choosing as your infrastructure components. We're going to do a deliberate gear shift now and hear next from Kira Campbell from Belfast City Council about how IoT is affecting Belfast. Later on this morning, one of Kira's colleagues, Deborah Culver, will be talking to us at BelTech about Belfast's digital ambition. But right now, Kira's going to focus on IoT specifically after this short break.
My name is Nathan Michael Linden. I'm a Java developer and I've been working for UnoSquare since May 2017, which is around the same time the UnoSquare office first opened in Belfast. I joined the company as a graduate developer with some professional experience, but I was always motivated to learn more. During my time at UnoSquare, I've gained a lot of experience, not only in Java, but other technologies such as React, AWS, Docker, and Selenium. What I like about UnoSquare is the trust that it gives to the employees. What I've found is there is a good work-life balance in terms of keeping the employee happy and also keeping the client happy as well. I've worked within a couple of projects during my time here, but my favourite is definitely my current project. I work with a team based in Boston. The team is very cooperative and we're always working on the latest technologies. UnoSquare has definitely provided me with the guidance to grow as a developer, whether it's through in-house training, certifications, or even guidance from a team lead or a project lead. It's always been there for me. So what I love about UnoSquare is definitely the culture, and I always want that to stay while the company grows. I believe that keeps me motivated as an employee. It's probably the first company where I've looked forward to coming into work every day. I'm excited about my future here at UnoSquare.
Thank you, Bill. Hello, everyone. I am Ciara Campbell, City Innovation Programme Officer in Belfast City Council. I have worked with the best of local tech talent to deliver the Smart Belfast programme, and more recently the Belfast Region City Deal and the Smart District Ambitions. My colleagues Jane Brady and Deborah Colville plan to share more around this later today. Bill asked me to come today and to share some real life examples of where IoT is presently being used in Belfast. The guys who've come before me are really technically astute. I am not, but I've worked with an awful lot of people that are. So I'm going to share some of that learning with you. Before I do, one of the things that I would mention is the Belfast approach. We tend to follow, our approach to innovation is that we use a quadruple helix model. Now that's a really fancy name, and what it actually means is that we are bringing together the citizen, businesses, the best of our academia, our local disruptors, our innovators and inventors to thrash out a problem, to do design-led understanding and to shape solutions that are really fit for purpose. What that means for the city is that we are not technology-led. We don't find a new gadget and want to implement it. We want real solutions to real urban problems. So that's where we're coming from. Oh, sugar. Sorry, guys. I have two mice going at the same time here. What I would say as well, the city is increasingly pursuing economic growth that is innovative, inclusive, and sustainable, while also dealing with social and environmental challenges such as tackling climate change, improving public health and well-being, and adjusting to demographic changes. And this is not even to mention a global pandemic. We are progressively moving towards mission-oriented innovation. And if you're interested in learning more of that, I would recommend reading up on Mariana Mazzucato's work. So there is no doubt that cities present an ideal test bed at scale to experiment with innovative approaches, technologies and policies with a strong potential for ecosystem-based adaptation and mitigation. When we're looking to develop a smart city, a smart district within our smart city, we are talking about having an innovation sandbox up and running as a precursor. We've run a number of smart city demonstrators, which some of you might already be well aware of, and I'm going to rattle through a few of these. I've already mentioned that we take a challenge-based approach to innovation. And this is really interesting. Innovation theory suggests that we should crunch big data, and that will help us identify problems and where we should be focusing our attention. And these are known as data-driven insights to find solutions. In reality, what I have experienced is that the data crunching often follows an anecdotal observation. In other words, someone with the skills to code and develop devices and take it to the next level, something has really peed them off. The solutions tend to come about their life hacks to problems that the individuals have had. And I'm going to start by saying, if you are a student or an SME or someone interested in IoT, you probably don't want to go competing with the big boys. You might have some lovely facial recognition software or some mobility data based on an app, but are you going to be able to compete with organizations that have 1.9 to 2 billion users a month? Possibly not, although they might buy up your solutions. What I would also say is, don't assume that markets are saturated. From a public sector point of view, we have frequently gone out to the market to procure what we feel should be shelf-ready IoT innovations. And what we find is there are a lot of companies that are saying they have this IoT, but when you get down into the nitty-gritty and you try to buy at mass, they don't actually exist. So definitely do your research. Now, I'm going to start to speak about a challenge to do with urban mobility. So we all know that cities are growing at an exponential rate, that those pressures on our finite resources, on our infrastructure, our water, our energy, they're becoming increasingly apparent, and we need to start putting interventions into place now that can alleviate some of those problems. Traffic congestion is one of them. And with traffic congestion, you have, it slows productivity, it makes your workers unhappy. People do not enjoy sitting in traffic on their daily commute. And there's a disproportionate road space allocated to freight deliveries and private car. And one thing that we see as being able to shift this is a modal change. So if we could get more people out of the private individual car and onto, say, micro-mobility solutions and active mobility, such as walking, cycling, and even potentially scooters, and looking at innovative ways of transporting goods, such as drone deliveries and robot deliveries. So I'm going to share with you a use case that was developed in collaboration with BT, who provided us access to their citywide LoRaWAN network, with DFI, Department for Infrastructure, who helped us understand the legislative landscape, PSNI, who had their own challenges with bikes and traffic, etc. And then local company C-Sense, so Philip McAleese. And we're back to this passion project. Philip was fed up with people nearly knocking him down off his bike. It was very dangerous, but he was also a highly skilled electrical engineer. And what he developed was a device that would not only help the city map the journeys that these city bikes were taking, but also to better understand the experience of the cyclists on the bikes. So what speed were they going? Would there be sudden stops? What's the quality of the road like? Are they being thrown off the bikes due to potholes? So I'll show you some of these outputs. So these IoT devices communicated with LoRaWAN, and what you're seeing on the screen here is a lot of individual dots showing us where the bikes have been. The next step on these micro journeys, well, we knew there was micro journeys. These are very short trips. What we weren't so aware of is the longer journeys. And the next slide. And what we're seeing in this particular map, you can see the origin and destination of the longer trips. And we're seeing some people taking Belfast bikes from Queen's University and travelling all the way up into Titanic Quarter in Belfast. What this told us as a city is that there is a need. There are people needing to use the bikes up in this area in Titanic Quarter, but there is not currently a provision. So using this information, we were able to petition to have a docking station put in Titanic Quarter, which is now one of the most popular docking stations. So those are insights. What we're also seeing when we gather big data is unbiased information. So for public sector, we would frequently go out and do non-digital surveys. We basically would ask the cycle users about their habits. And Sustrans, they recently did a Bike Life survey, and one of the surveys that was done, we asked users of the Belfast bikes, where do you cycle? And nearly invariably they told us in cycle lanes. But what we find when we analyse the data is actually no, there's an awful lot of them that are using the pavements as bike lanes. And this is important because what it's telling us is there's not adequate supply of bike lanes in Belfast. And that helps the lobbyists to go to DFI and say, please, we need more bike lanes, make it easy for us. So moving on to the next slide. Again, a personal problem. The guy on the left is Matt from Allstate. Matt got in touch with us for a few reasons. One was that he was really frustrated that the bike data was not being made openly available. He would really have liked to have access to it, as would a lot of students, because it would enable them to further their data scientist ambitions. He was extremely frustrated because he frequently wanted to use the Belfast bikes, but by the time he got to a docking station, there were none available. So being a skilled programmer, AI specialist, machine learning, what Matt did was he gleaned the information from the websites. He said, this is open data, it's not in a machine readable format, but I'm going to go ahead and glean this data. So he got a few months worth of data that allowed him then to apply machine learning and be able to predict whether there would be a bike available for him. Now, Bill isn't on telling me off. I'm supposed to speak about IoT alone because these big concepts have already been covered by actual experts in the field, including Austin Tanney and various other people. But the point that I would like to make is that when you have IoT, you have environmental sensing happening, you have big data, layering on other technical solutions can really add an awful lot of exponential value. So what Matt in Allstate was able to do was come up with a predictive model. Will there be a bike there in 30 minutes? In fact, he took it further and he had a little widget created on his desktop, which advised him, if you want a bike, and of course his model is taking into account all of the variables that affect people using the bikes, the time of day, what the weather conditions are, what day of the week it is, all of these things factored in, and it would tell him this would be a good time to leave and use the bike. Now, he has shared this with all his colleagues in Allstate, and so the Belfast bike scheme is pretty much serving Allstate a lot better than any other employer in the area, which is something we're going to have to address. I don't think they'll mind. So Adrian had spoken earlier about air quality. Air quality is the world's biggest environmental risk. 4.2 million deaths happen each year because of air pollution. You can have a look at this graphic. It's from the World Health Organization, and it breaks down just the extent of this is a pandemic as well. So as a public authority, obviously we are interested in trying to preserve the health of our citizens. And also bringing innovation, data, and digital to the fore. So working with a small group of companies, a collaborative group, 4 different SMEs that had very different skill sets came together to create, first of all, an air quality monitoring solution, and then an intervention, which I'm going to go into. So air quality monitoring is actually, it's a really sophisticated, tricky field, and Adrian touched on that earlier. The specialist, now in Belfast, we have 4 air quality monitoring stations. These are best in field, really expensive, highly accurate, and frequently recalibrated. And they would cost in the region of 250,000 to £500,000. So really sophisticated machinery. our guys run air quality monitoring, which has been hit upon with the Edge solutions. It is really heavy use of computational functionality, and we would like to be able to get to a point where we can decrease the computational requirements and have much more frequent, granular, real-time access to air quality information. And the next slide will explain this. What you're seeing here is a geospatial temporal visualization of traffic-related air pollution in Belfast. We're using NO2 as a proxy for all traffic-related air pollution. And what you're seeing, that thick red line is where NO2 values are fairly high. And you can probably identify that these are on our main motorways. So you can see the West Link curving up on the left-hand side, and on the right there, you see the M2, M3, and M5. There's a lot of traffic in those areas. And really, if we want to tackle air pollution, the best way to do that is to remove it at source by reducing the number of vehicles, especially the diesel and petrol vehicles, electric vehicles, and potentially hydrogen fueled vehicles. We'll be seeing more of those in the future. So, while it's very difficult to put the legislation in place to just wipe vehicles off the road, what this company sought to do was put the power back in the hands of the citizen, give them the information to allow them to make healthy choices about their routes, what routes they will take from their point of origin to their destination, what is the route that will minimise their exposure to these harmful air pollutants, and also what is the best mode of transport for them. Is it walking, is it cycling, or is it in a vehicle? And what the scientists have told us is that invariably biking and walking is always better. What you're seeing on this diagram, the underlying assumption is the walker is very slow, so they're very slowly walking through the air pollution, and that's why it's alerting that there might be too much exposure. This kind of analysis and these kind of tools are more important now than what they were even this time last year. Following on from COVID, we will have a lot of people recovered, but with permanent lung damage. These people will need to really manage their exposure to pollutants that could exacerbate symptoms for them. So the IoT sector in Belfast is actually thriving, I think, but having had a conversation with Bill and the fact that he's the KNOS expert in IoT and isn't aware of the meetup scene and the tech scene makes me think we need to do a little bit more with our communications. So I'm going to share with you some links. Around 2 years ago, Belfast City Council, along with Invest NI and the Ulster University, and a cohort of other councils, managed to get a free-to-use LoRaWAN IoT network for this, initially for the city, but it's actually been rolled out across the entire region. So if we have students, enthusiasts, or SMEs that want to create IoT devices, test them out, scale them up, please look to the Things Connected by Ulster University, and you can get free access to this system. Joe Rafferty, who heads that up, has kindly provided this QR code. So I'm letting this slide hover a little bit longer than I normally would. So if you want to take a screenshot and link to that code, you're very welcome. There is a thriving meetup scene that meets, it usually meets monthly at the likes of Farset Labs, Catalyst Inc., and various other co-working spaces which are thriving. Think of the Ormo Baths as well. These are very casual meetups. They're usually a great lineup of speakers from industry. I can't recommend them highly enough. So here's just a little graphic showing you the coverage of the LoRaWAN network in Northern Ireland. And there you can get the link to where you can get on to the network. And there's usually a host of challenge competitions around this with money to help people get started. If you're interested in other Belfast city innovation use cases, I would recommend you go to our website, smartbelfast.city, where we have quite a lot of our already delivered use cases available to pique your interest. So, I am Ciara Campbell. If you have any further questions, please get in touch with me. I'm also on Twitter at Ciara G. Campbell. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Thanks very much, Ciara. And I've taken a screenshot of that QR code so I can get more involved with the local IoT scene. That's really useful to hear.
Thanks, Bill.
Our next speaker is Renata Sampson from the Open Data Institute. Renata and I first started working together probably a couple of years ago when we were trying to establish something called the City Data Trust. The idea of the City Data Trust is it's a peer network that brings together specialists and experts to try and determine some best practice in sharing data derived from public spaces and IoT type solutions. And as I've been looking at the press coverage around kind of people sharing their data around the COVID-19 apps and so on, this whole area just seems to be incredibly relevant right now. And Renata, I know you've been super busy as a result of that. So thank you very much for giving up your time this morning. So we'll hear from Renata in just a moment after this message.
The Belfast Region City Deal is a big deal. It's a once-in-a-generation opportunity to accelerate inclusive economic growth for the region and deliver more and better jobs accessible to people from all communities. 6 councils in the Belfast region have partnered with Queen's University, Ulster University, the further education colleges and the private sector to work with the UK Government and NI Civil Service to secure up to £1 billion of co-investment for innovation, digital, transport, tourism regeneration and infrastructure over the next decade. The Belfast Region City Deal partners will jointly invest in the most rapidly growing sectors of our economy, generating up to 20,000 jobs across the region over the next 10 to 15 years. With potentially £1 billion of co-investment, we're focused on making the Belfast region a global investment destination by creating outstanding innovation and research facilities. In an unprecedented collaboration, our 2 universities are working together with our business partners to plan major new innovation and research investment into data analytics and artificial intelligence, creative industries, life and health sciences, and advanced manufacturing. We'll also be sharing our world-class expertise in digital and data analytics with businesses through regional innovation centres. These will build business capacity and encourage people of all ages and backgrounds to fully engage in the knowledge economy. And we're investing in smart districts, technology test beds, and in next-generation digital connectivity for businesses across the region. Our regional tourism industry is experiencing phenomenal growth. We want to capitalise on that and encourage visitors to stay longer and spend more. We'll invest in additional world-class visitor attractions, capable of helping to create 25,000 new jobs across Northern Ireland by 2030. These visitor attractions play to our unique strengths, our culture, history, heritage and natural environment. They'll also benefit from our leading-edge capabilities in virtual and augmented reality. So we're extending the tourist route from Belfast through Carrickfergus towards the Causeway Coast and Glens, along North Down and into the Mourne Mountains. We'll extend the Gobbins Cliff and Coastal Path. And we'll regenerate Carrickfergus, one of Europe's oldest castles and walled towns, and Bangor Waterfront, to build on the potential of the captivating Ards Peninsula and Strangford Lough. We'll enhance existing investment plans for Hillsborough Castle by integrating the castle fort, forest and gardens. And the Game of Thrones legacy attraction will offer the first opportunity for the public to set foot inside some of the most iconic locations from the series, including the Winterfell Castle in Moneyglass, as well as going behind the camera to see how the world's biggest TV show was made. Our proposed Belfast Story Destination Hub will invite you to explore the many stories of the city and its people through an immersive multi-gallery experience. It will be the centrepiece in a state-of-the-art multi-venue cultural experience where locals meet and Belfast connects with its international visitors. Significant investment in our public transport network. Phase 2 of the glider service will enhance low-cost access to health, education, leisure and job facilities. The Southern Relief Road is also poised to play a critical role by supporting Newry's regional retail and tourism offering and facilitating trade via Warren Point Port and Harbour. The Belfast Regional City Deal partners will deliver accessible training and job opportunities, targeting people living in areas of deprivation who've been unable to access employment due to challenges associated with skills, caring responsibilities or ill health. And with the support of businesses, contractors, further education colleges and government agencies, we'll radically increase regional upskilling opportunities through apprenticeship hubs and a variety of apprenticeship schemes, with a specific focus on digital skills, so that people are primed to secure and deliver on the jobs we're creating. In short, the Belfast Region City Deal is a big deal. Can we count on your support to make it happen?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the warm introduction. Hasn't this morning been fascinating? I've learnt so much over the last hour or so. My brain's popping. So hopefully I can present some interesting ideas to round off the different elements of the panel discussion today. Before the panel discussion today. So Bill's asked me to come and talk to you about ethics and the ethics of mass data collection. I mean, could it be a larger subject to cover in a short space of time? So I'll give it a go. My name's Renata Sampson. I'm Senior Policy Advisor at the Open Data Institute. Let me put the Open Data Institute into some for you. We were founded in 2012 by Sir Nigel Shadbolt and Sir Tim Berners-Lee, who you may be familiar with. We're an international, independent, not-for-profit organisation, and we're based in London. Although, obviously, in the time of coronavirus, we're based digitally everywhere. We have a vision. Our vision is that we want people, organisations, and communities to use data to make better decisions and be protected from any harmful impacts. And our mission, the way we go about doing this, is working with companies and governments to help build and encourage an open, trustworthy data ecosystem. So part of what we do is we talk about, well, main part of what we do is we talk about data, and not all data, as we know, is the same. This is the data spectrum. This is a tool that we use to try and encourage people to think about the different types of data that they're using. So as we note, we might be called the Open Data Institute, but actually it's not just about open data. Some data needs to be closed data. It has certain sensitivities around it. It may be national security data. It may be internal data, as we can see about employment contracts, policies, etc., that shouldn't be shared. It should be closed, and it should be access only with certain people. Shared data is predominantly the sort of data that most of us are using, and there's been a lot of the data that we've been talking about today. This is data that's shared for purposes. It provides group-based access. There are methods and requirements and security principles as part of the process of access and as part of the process of sharing. But predominantly, we would probably say that most data is shared. What we'd like to see, however, is for as much data as possible to be open data. That would be data that's published openly on the internet. And as we've heard earlier from Kira, that Matt from Allstate was pushing quite hard, and rightly so, for access to the data about bicycles so that he could make good decisions for himself, but also potentially build applications, tools, products, opportunities that would help society as a whole. And the more data that we make openly available, the better decision making we can have as society. We're certainly finding that right now with regards to coronavirus. And as Bill said, I've been super busy since the start of lockdown, working with organizations to try and help them make the data as open as possible, but also to start to pose the questions that are required from maybe public sector organizations to ask of the private sector to say, look, you've got some data. This might be really helpful for us right now. Can we discuss you opening it up with obviously the relevant privacy and security requirements in place? So aggregating data to make it available so that more people who you might not be aware of can have insight and derive learnings and help make better decisions. So the data spectrum is a really helpful way within any organization or just as an individual to think about different types of data. We have a tendency, I think, to see data as a bit of a blob. We talk about the data, but we very often don't define what the data is. So this is a good starting point to help with that. Part of the work that we then do is to discuss change. Now, we've heard an awful lot about how change is happening all the time, but the way we think about how data should be used also needs to change. We want to see at the Open Data Institute positive impacts, the middle section of this slide, where decisions, all the things that I've just spoken about, decisions, the opportunity for creation, good stewardship, so where you collect the data from, how you manage the data, and then who you provide access of the data to, or how you can make it openly available, is the sweet point within the spectrum here of not being too data fearing, so worrying unnecessarily in some cases, but obviously necessarily in other cases about trust in relation to data, but also then not hoarding the data. You know, we all collect masses of data, well, not all of us, lots of businesses collect a mass of data. The collection of such data might not, in your head, be relevant, or you can't see how it might work with another organization. And we find this in our work with cities. We have a cities workshop where we ecosystem map with all the different departments within a city, but also external organizations, be they academia or business or civil society, to help understand all the different actors that may be within an ecosystem space and get them to talk about the data that they have, but the data that they need and the solutions that they're trying to establish. Because most of us work within our own bubbles, and increasingly now working remotely from home, the need to talk, the need to identify where there's good data will A, stop us from hoarding it, and B, help us to face our any fears and understand better ways of being able to share or make data open by talking about it. So this is all about building trusting relationships and thinking more about different types of data that we may want or need access to. So this is kind of business orientated or organizationally orientated, but this not all just about that. I mean, a lot of the data that we've spoken about today, we've heard about from Neil and from Adrian and so on, it has been probably non-personal data. But there are also elements within a number of the presentations where we've seen actually where there's an opportunity for probably a mix with personal data. For example, we saw from Adrian that the idea of using the environmental sensors could then identify where people could find good parking spaces. You're now at a point where you're going to cross over into potentially engaging with people's personal data. So we found through research that we've done with the Royal Society of Arts and with Luminate, we went and spoke to a handful of people, and we wanted to know from them how they felt about personal data, about them being used. And what we found was that people had a very broad understanding of data, and particularly GDPR, so the General Data Protection Regulation. But they also have very, very, very strong emotional feelings about how they felt about data about them being shared, when, how, and why. And from that, we developed this taxonomy, which is based solely on GDPR, but is meant to be a language that all of us in our own personal lives can adopt. So we found that personal data, the identifiers of us, our name, address, our email, our telephone number, we're mainly pretty comfortable sharing that information. We understand that we need to share that information in order to have a service provided to us. And also, whilst it's data solely about us as individuals, it's also data about others. Other people have our name, other people live at the same address as us. It's not solely ours to own, it's ours to share when we feel comfortable in doing so. Sensitive data, which would be known under GDPR as special category data, is the stuff that starts to identify us more than just the shared identifiers, but the more key elements as to who we are as a person, our gender, our race, our political memberships, our sexuality, our criminal record even. These are two areas where we both know, if you can see me right now, you've got a measure as to what my gender is, what my race is. We could have a chat about what my political persuasions may be. But this is stuff that we're obviously sharing all the time just by being able to see eye to eye or face to face with one another. The behavioral data, however, is the area of data that we could say is fairly new to being collected. This is the stuff that's actually about the core of us inside. So before, it would be data that we would provide through a survey or a market research opportunity, and we may be able to fib about it. Yes, I love that shade of lipstick. These pair of shoes are absolutely what I'm looking for, and actually we might not have been telling 100% the truth. But with the internet and with the ability to track us, monitor us, make decisions about us through the collection of data about us, this gives real insights into how we behave. And an awful lot of this data is data that's collected by IoT. That doesn't mean that it's bad, but it does mean that people are demonstrating to us a real nervousness about this. They understand that it can help them identify better ways of living their life or products that they may want to buy, but they feel concerned that it's being retained and used to make inferences about them that they can't challenge. And this is something that's absolutely critical in relation to the area of ethics. The final part of this graphic is what we defined as societal data. Now, this is data that is about us, but it's not data that needs to define or identify us. It's group data, if you wish. It's societal data, hence the term. It's the stuff that can be collected from IoT. If it's aggregated, it can give insights into how movements of people are working, how we're living. Census data is a perfect example of it. Demographics, travel patterns, and so on. This was the type of data that we want to see be made as openly available as possible when it's de-identified, anonymized, aggregated, etc. It's some of the data that I believe was being spoken about by Mo earlier that can be collected on AI Edge. This is data that people don't really understand is being collected about them. And this is data that they're predominantly, when asked, very happy to share and provide access to, but they need to be sure that the behaviors and the sensitivities and the identifiers are stripped out in order for them to feel comfortable about sharing it. And this has been absolutely critical. We're seeing much more talk about this during the coronavirus situation. We're all being asked to share information about ourselves, to share data about ourselves that can help make better decisions about where there's a flare-up of the virus. Just being able to identify our symptoms, for example, doesn't need to identify Renata's symptoms, but the symptoms of people within a geographical area, and as broad geographical area as possible rather than my house on my street, is actually helping identify ways of when lockdowns can occur or be lifted, or where there might be a need for extra beds, extra staff, etc. So I'm going to use mobility data as an example of this. Mobility data from IoT mobility services does collect a lot of personal and behavioral data about us. The personal identifiers are collected potentially when we download an app to enable us to hire a bicycle or a scooter or whatever else. The GPS data of the vehicle is obviously going to be able to provide great insights into where the vehicle is, if it's broken down, if it's been abandoned, etc. But it also gives a great amount of detail about people's behaviours, people's habits, people's routes that they take. And we've seen that from the example that Kira gave of how people were actually using bicycles across a wider area of Belfast. And whilst what was being presented was that enabled Belfast to put in a different docking station, there is obviously a temptation to understand when people are cycling, why people are cycling, people's cycling behaviours. And I was completely fascinated by the idea that when the survey took place, that people said they used the cycle lanes, but in actual fact that they were riding on the pavement. I suspect people were saying they're using the cycle lanes because they know that cycling on the pavement is illegal, as opposed to not always having a cycle lane to do it. Lots of us have at one point or another cycled on the pavement, and we know we shouldn't. So it's perfectly reasonable to be allowed to fib, and part of the problem with the behavioural data collection is that people feel aggrieved that actually every point is always being nuanced and a decision's being made about them. So there is bias in being able to identify exactly how people are behaving, which again is an ethical consideration. So if the data, if mobility data, the personal stuff is really enticing in order to make good services and identify when people want to have a bicycle or whatever, what routes they're taking, but it can unnerve citizens because they feel as though maybe their route to work or the route to the doctor or the route to their partner or a secret that's not a detrimental secret, that a behavior may not want to be monitored. So we don't want to stop people from sharing data because the societal aspects are super helpful, but we also need to take into consideration how people feel and where their sweet and comfort spot is about the positive impact. So aggregating and anonymizing the data from mobility services has, as we're seeing with regards to coronavirus, enabled city councils and so on to make good decisions, better decisions, have greater insights into the busyness of services, economic activity, how we can increase or reduce lockdown, the spread of disease, and again, as I say, the adherence to lockdown. So the point here is that there's two conflicting elements potentially happening, and we have to be very careful whenever we're building any service or product or tool or application that we consider all of these elements together. So this is where it gets complicated. So what are the difference between ethics and morals, right? So ethics are basically the rules of conduct recognized, I'm going to read it out, recognized in respect to a particular class of human actions or a particular group or culture. This is a social system. This is about how society views right and wrong, but it's not black and white. There is no specific right or wrong. Yet ethics are governed by professional and legal guidelines. But they're constantly shifting, they're constantly changing, and people will have very different concepts of what ethics are and what ethics mean to them. And that's based on morality. We each have an individual personal morality. That is about our concepts of what we see as right and wrong. And that can change, but predominantly people will find that they do have a fixed view about certain things. So within a business organization, within the process of building a product or a tool, it's very important that people's morality is discussed, but that it is seen as a part of an ethical process, a group process of discussing not a tick box exercise, but discussing rights and wrongs, ways society thinks, how different cultures think, how people within different communities think. There is no fixed way of doing ethics, but it's important that ethics are undertaken. So the ODI likes to describe data ethics as a branch of ethics that evaluates data practices with the potential to adversely impact on people and society in data collection, sharing, and use. Now, that's pretty critical to everything that we've heard today, right? I know we've got a room full of people who are technologists, coders, data experts, policymakers, etc. Very few of us, I suspect, have had any background or training in philosophy, psychology, ethics, morality. We have an internal instinct to it, but how do we then build this into the creation of products when we're busy focusing on very specific technical solutions that need to be addressed or problems that need to be addressed? Well, this is why the ODI has created the data ethics canvas that Bill referred to at the start of this morning. This is a tool that we can come and do on, but it's also a tool that you can look at on our website. It looks like this. It's not, let me be 100% clear. You don't start at box 1, circle 1 data sources and work your way around it. You jump in at a box and you discuss it. And you discuss it with regards to your team, but also your wider team within your organization. You know, your marketing team is going to have a very different approach to your legal team, to your business development team, to your coding team, etc. But everybody's point of view is absolutely critical in being able to ask these often super difficult questions. And I'm not just saying that they're difficult because you're not necessarily going to come to an immediate and obvious answer. They're difficult because they might actually mean that the product or the service or the tool that you're developing might need to not proceed any further. You might be crossing a line that you can't square off. That if anybody were to interrogate what you were doing, would potentially find a real fundamental ethical problem within there. Now that's hard, and as I say again, it's not tick box. This is all about iteration. This is all about ongoing, constant communication, and it's about these different areas. It's about what data are you collecting, sharing, using, why, where's it coming from, what are you going to be doing with it? We've heard today about all sorts of useful ways of going about collecting data in real time. And I thought Mo's presentation was fascinating about how what you don't need just gets deleted. You take what you need from it. That's super important for some products. You need to think about the impact. You know, what is the actual impact of the service that you're developing? We can all have amazing ideas, you know, light bulb moments whilst we're stood in the shower. Oh my God, this is the solution to everything. I know how to solve the coronavirus situation. But in truth, if you don't interrogate the ethics of your amazing idea, if you don't consider what it is, how it will be used, what problems might occur from it, and that can be a dark place to wander down, but it can also then provide quite a lot of enlightenment. It's important to have that discussion. Furthermore, you need to think about engagement. I'm going to take you back to the slide that I showed you about different types of data about us. I had a very interesting conversation with Bill prior to today's session, and we talked about how the coronavirus situation has leveled up people's understanding of data that's being asked to be collected about them. I have a background in talking about privacy and security, and it's always been a challenge to think about whether people's need for that or inherent desire for that is in some way at conflict with our ability to make good decisions. The same with open, as we've said, data hoarding. If you're an organization, you've got your data, you may think, I don't want to share it out or make it open because someone might do something with it that I'm not comfortable with. These are constant conflicts, but actually we're finding that people genuinely care about what's happening with data about them, and now they understand why. And if you as an organization or you as building a product don't take into consideration that maybe you might perceive it as whimsical, emotional feelings of people, you could find yourself in a complex situation further down the line. Either that people won't want your product, or that people suddenly want insight into what's happening with data about them and how decisions are being made that you're not necessarily able to easily provide or explain. So engagement with people, transparency is really, really, really important. And finally, process. As I said, this is not a tick box exercise. We often hear process being like, great, I've done that. I've done my ethics canvas, job done, put that in the drawer until somebody asks about it. But everything is constantly shifting and changing. As Kira said, where we are now is not where we were even a year ago. And as we've seen with regards to artificial intelligence, the sudden lockdown that we've experienced internationally has meant that all the sorts of insights that were being developed through machine learning have gone skew-whiff in some places, because all of a sudden our behaviors are entirely different to how they have been before. So iterate, talk, build ethics into your mass data collection, but build ethics into your daily workplace conversations. Is what we're doing cool? Are we actually communicating this well? Are we talking to different parts of our organization? Are we talking to the wider community? Does it all need to be digital, or could we do an on-street survey? And what might we find out about that? Challenge your own personal biases, listen to other people, and don't be scared of asking the difficult questions. I have a couple of minutes left, but in truth, I've rattled through. We've got a lovely pink screen that brings some warmth to the next stage of proceedings. I think it would be really interesting to now take some questions and enjoy a good panel discussion. But if anybody wants to talk to us about the Data Ethics Canvas, or more broadly, our city workshops, which take into account and train people how to ecosystem map, how to do business development, public and private sector business cases, or to just sit around and have some difficult conversations that you might find enlightening within your teams, please feel free to get in touch with us. We're at the Open Data Institute. Thank you very much.
Renata, thank you very much indeed. I must say I took a few screenshots of your slides there for later use. And as Renata said, we are just about to move into our panel debate. That while we rearrange our virtual chairs at this end, there'll be a short 5-minute break. So do stick with us. We see you soon.
My name is Fergal Downey and I'm the VP of Engineering at Rakuten Blockchain Lab. I'm delighted to see that BelTech is running again this year despite the challenges presented by coronavirus. This is the 7th year for BelTech, and whilst it has evolved over the years, it has stayed true to the core principle of providing an opportunity to showcase local tech talent. Now more than ever, it's important to look to the future with a positive attitude as we embrace the necessary changes to how we work. I hope you enjoy the insights from the many speakers and continue to support BelTech into the future.
Hi, I'm Richard from WorkPlus, and we're delighted to be supporting BelTech this year. Although it's a little different, looks like it's going to be a great few days of speakers and some brilliant topics. No sector's been able to absorb the shock of COVID like tech, and also no sector will have as much demand for new talent over the next decade as tech. So it's great that we can come together this week to learn from each other, even our competitors, to make our products and services even better, and hopefully create an even better industry for young people to join in on. Hope you have a great few days.
If I had to describe the grad and placement program in 3 words, I would say creative, empowering and diverse. One of the best things about the grad and placement program is the freedom that you have to explore new ideas and the support that Options gives you to materialise them. So I started out in Options support team, and from working with clients I found that one of the biggest challenges they had with outsourcing their IT was that they lost some of the visibility into their data. With an increase in cyber attacks this year, cybersecurity is at the top of the priority list for our clients. Clients now need direct access to their data to be able to mitigate those risks and respond quickly to threats. I was able to take this information back and work closely with the head of engineering to further develop our data analytics platform. We then developed that over the next couple of years to provide not only vast amounts of data, but also some meaningful analysis of that data. We've went from providing clients a monthly security report to building them their own bespoke portal using Splunk to access their data in real time and to access a ton of different visualizations to help them mitigate the risks in their organization and make informed decisions. We've been able to take an idea through to a proof of concept and now to a finished product that we can deliver across our client base. So whether you've been at the company 10 years or 10 minutes, if you show the hunger and the willingness to learn, you'll be given every opportunity. So whether it's travel or working with a huge client, Just take every opportunity and don't be afraid to put your ideas forward. Everybody works so hard and everybody collaborates a lot. What someone else might be working on, you can work with them and incorporate a bit of what they do in your day-to-day job. There isn't a huge chain of command. Any ideas that you have, you can put them forward and you have the realm to run with them.
Well, welcome back to our panel debate. Thanks again to all our speakers. I've been watching the chat on the YouTube channel. There's a lot of love for the content this morning, which is great. No questions. People have been very quiet, but I've written down quite a few as we've been going along. So I'm just going to put some of those to the panel. And if you want to chip in, then raise your hand and then we can do this in an orderly fashion. And my first question goes back to Mo. So, Mo, you were talking about the like why do edge analytics, why do AI at the edge, and you presented a number of cogent arguments for why that's a useful thing to do. My question is, obviously, 5G technology is something that's coming. Belfast wants to be a 5G hub. How do you think the speed and bandwidth of 5G will affect the need for edge computing?
That's a really very good question. I think, intuitively when you think about this, you might think that having a bigger bandwidth and the ability to be able to sort of do things, transfer more data, will probably reduce the demand for AI on the edge. But if you look closely, I think, having a bigger bandwidth and being able to transfer more data is just one aspect of why you want to use AI on the edge. There are quite a lot of different reasons why AI on the edge is useful and helpful in combination with AI in the cloud. Things like what Renata, Kiera, and Adrian and Niall has mentioned are all contributing to that. But for example, transmitting data, being able to do very low latency sort of decision on the platform cannot really be replaced by having very high bandwidth or very good connectivity. But what I think might happen with the 5G network and the distribution of bigger, more better connected networks is I think you're probably going to see more IoT, AI on the edge sort of devices. I think because of the bandwidth, you might actually see industries trying to deploy more of these devices in order to be able to actually have a better distribution of this sort of AI ability, and in also different applications. Nothing will become too small for an AI application, which I think will be interesting and fascinating because we're scaling up in two different directions in terms of the number of devices we're adding, but also the different industries that will all of a sudden will have an opportunity to use these capabilities as well.
There you go. Did the classic of being on mute and still talking. Mo, thank you for that. That's very interesting. So I have a question for Adrian, actually. And so Kiera, you touched on the LoRaWAN deployments in Belfast. Obviously, it's a kind of increasingly common, both in terms of adoption and coverage. Do you think standards like LoRaWAN will make the backhaul problem gradually disappear and drive further adoption of IoT?
Yeah, I mean there are a number of wireless mesh technologies out there at the moment, and if you take the Gartner language, a lot of them still fall into sort of that nascent technology sphere. So adolescent, I think, is what Gartner describes them as. So I don't think LoRa specifically takes away the backhaul problem, and I could begin to say that my adolescent is sort of better behaved than the LoRa adolescent, but let's not go there. And then 5G could be the big daddy when it comes along and is really deployed at scale. and that brings a whole new set of backhaul options and opens yourself up to increasingly broader elements. I guess for our part, and we've actually recommended LoRa in a number of instances. So, for example, we did some research work with Welsh Water, and they wanted to sort of get data readings from some pumps around some mains, etc. But it was kind of very low bandwidth and in quite rural areas where we thought that LoRa was the ideal sort of communication platform as opposed to Vortex Mesh Network. We've very much gone from, if we think, say, C-Sense. So C-Sense at Belfast, fantastic product. And know the guys well. Actually went on a trade mission to Singapore to a smart city conference there a couple of years back. Great. Our air quality, which I've talking about today, they're kind of just really small parts of what a smart ecosystem city looks like, you know. And one of the best descriptions of a smart city I've heard is one that's learning. Okay, so there's so many different points that come into that. I do struggle to see how LoRa copes with that sort of plethora of end sensing device, whilst giving you sort of a resilience and an ability to update, given that, you know, there are restricted packet sizes, and it's also you know, your uplink and downlink are managed by an alliance of which you have no control. So as you begin to scale out, you know, your smart city, I just don't know where LoRa plays a part, but it's not everything. And that's why from Vortex Mesh Network, we've built it on sort of open source software, but created our own sort of magic source layer on top of that, which gives us far more flexibility. That includes sort of a bridge that we can bring, say, LoRa. We can bring Bluetooth, you know, Bluefire and narrowband. Narrowband is another one. Perhaps it's not even an adolescent just yet, you know, because it's really struggling to get a foothold across the cityscapes at the moment. All these become part of what a smart city looks like. But does one of them solve the backhaul? I'm not entirely sure, but I certainly wouldn't see LoRa as being the one that solves the backhaul. I think it's going to just be, as all technology decisions are in the end, what are your requirements and what are you scaling up to? So you need to have a grand plan. So I think there's a place for all of these, but would one solve the backhaul problem? I'd say no.
Okay, interesting. For those who are keeping an eye on the timer, don't worry, we've been given permission to go slightly over so we can spend a good time in this panel session. So I've got a question for Niall now. Niall, you must work with a lot of organisations, different organisations trying to adopt IoT. And sometimes it's certainly as somebody else working in the same field, it's kind of in the too hard category. So what are some of the barriers to adoption that you see, and how might we break those down?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things actually that I've seen. One, you know, I mentioned it earlier on, Bill, it's a complex solution. It's not simple. We're still very used to monolithic type architectures, especially when you look at traditional enterprises. You know, startups in this space would be a lot more in tune with Lambda architectures and kind of cloud scale distributed architectures. But the reality is most of the companies we're talking about still build applications on premise, so they're still monolithic type architectures. So I think that the complexity of, or the perceived complexity of an IoT solution is definitely one blocker. And look, the technology has come a long way. You know, the capability, some of the capability that I touched on earlier on, a lot of the open source capability that's out there for stream processing, it's a different set of capabilities. There's no doubt about that. And it's a different architectural concept and mindset that you have to have, but the technology has come a long way, right down to the edge and the networking, as we've discussed. So I think definitely the complexity of the solution, so many moving parts, different vendors involved in those parts as well. Definitely we've seen that, right? Because the kind of hardware piece, the networking piece, the back end piece, it can be quite complex. So that's definitely a barrier. Overcoming that is, again, cloud. I think cloud offers a huge amount from an analytics perspective, a machine learning perspective. And now that we've extended that cloud capability out to the edge, and now we've got a whole lot of hardware partners, we're simplifying a lot of the pipelines. So that's definitely what we're doing to try and remove some of those blockers, as you say. The second big one that I see is it's kind of around the capability side, around data, is companies actually that already have a lot of data and are doing nothing with it. And this is something that I see a lot, especially in manufacturing type companies, where they may collect data on particular production lines or assembly lines or whatever, for very specific needs, to understand the throughput of that line over a day or over a week. But then that's it. That's all that's done with that data. And it may, in fact, be stored for years, right? And nothing ever done with it, right? So even if you take the IoT piece out of it, I think a big blocker is how companies think about data. Maybe they're fearful in terms of the data privacy piece, but they're all obstacles that can be overcome, I think, as Renata talked about in great detail. So, that data governance and data management and data analytics piece is a big skills gap I see in enterprises. And I think that's one of the primary blockers, because as I mentioned earlier on, Renata mentioned it as well, is you can do the IoT piece, you can do the connectivity piece, and you can get some data through. But if you don't know what to do with it and you're not actually driving impact from it or solving a business problem, it will fail and it will be of no use. So that piece is another big blocker.
Well, that's very helpful, Niall. And I think later on we'll hear a bit more about skills enablement when we talk about Belfast's digital ambition. And actually, on that note, Kira, I was going to ask you about 5G as well as part of your ambition. And obviously, we've seen reports of attacks on 5G masts, people blaming that for connections to the coronavirus, incorrectly, of course. One of those attacks happened in Belfast, I read. So my question is, those things are obviously isolated, but do you think there's a wider mistrust of technology on the city street? And if so, how might we tackle that?
So, yeah, there's a pretty active group campaigning against 5G, and in the council we're inundated with letters from them. But obviously they are concerned citizens and they have every right to question things. So we respect that, and on their behalf, we're very lucky in Belfast because we have Queen's University's Centre for Wireless Innovation. They are leaders. They are one of the top research and development institutions in all of Europe. So we put the question to them, is there any danger with 5G? And they're saying, no, there's not. And that's what we've been feeding out to our citizens. It's really hard to convince people that they have been duped. And people here who are really adept at technology really understand the power of algorithms. But when we say to citizens, when you do research on YouTube, the algorithm, its only concern is keeping you there so that you are a consumer of more and more advertising. So it will tell you things that chime with your own thoughts or things that you're concerned about. But really, there's an education piece that we need to do with our citizens. We will be taking our citizens on a journey with us. Our whole approach is the citizen is at the centre. We want them to work with us. We're intending to set up a citizen-driven office for data analytics. So that means our citizens can come to us. They can decide if they want to be citizen scientists. If they want to share their data, that's fine. We will not be harvesting data without people's permission, and definitely, not private data. There's been a lot of concerns about this lately, and I think as well with the COVID monitoring and the potential apps and the track and trace, it's really interesting seeing how that's all panning out. And you see some of the big vendors like Apple and Google, they have their reputation to protect as well, and they don't want to be seen to be too big brothery. And I understand that the app that they have come up with, it relies on things like Bluetooth for working out your proximity to someone else, but it doesn't force it to be on all the time. So I think that's part of the reason why the government didn't think that was going to be a comprehensive enough solution. But then we also, there have been governments in the past that have abused having access to personal data. So I do understand the concerns about it. But in Belfast, we are working with our citizens, and we're taking ethics and morals very seriously. We've actually, in our team, we have a data specialist. Her name is Andrea Thornbury, and she is working with Queen's University to actually develop a framework that other cities can adopt that will instill these values.
Yeah, I've seen that as part of the digital ambition, and I'm personally very excited about that. So I'll be following Andrea's work very closely. Thank you, Kira. So we've got time for just one more question, and Renata, we haven't got a question to you, but fortunately there's one in the channel, and I'll read it out, okay? So, hi Renata, what would you advise on areas that have not been properly researched because of ethical issues, such as monitoring dementia patients with video cameras? So I'll read that again. What would you advise on areas that have not been properly researched because of ethical issues, such as monitoring dementia patients with video cameras?
Wow, that's a real humdinger of an ethical question to throw at me. Again, I think it comes down personally to what's the problem you're trying to solve? Why does a dementia patient need to be monitored by a video camera throughout? What consent is that patient allowed to give, or the family of that patient allowed to give? Where's the data going to be held, stored, used? How long for? Will it be deleted? What's the problem you're trying to solve? And Kira's just made a really interesting point with regards to the track and trace app that we've seen, not just internationally. And I'm going to use a term that might set a few prickles around the audience. That's the issue of tech solutionism. We are looking at tech to solve problems, but often problems can be solved by talking to people. Face-to-face is hard right now. Direct care is hard right now. Putting technology in the middle of that in order to solve something that actually is about human interaction, human engagement, ethics and morality again, is very, very, very complicated. And what works for one person, where one person feels comfortable, another won't. Now, if, of course, dementia patients need the best possible care they can give, and you don't necessarily want a nurse or a doctor sat in the corner of the room watching you all the time for fear that something's going to happen, because that would feel quite intrusive, albeit an immediate reaction if there was a problem. So if you think about it from a real world angle as well as from a digital or a technical angle, there's already a question there as to how comfortable somebody might feel. And again, as I point out, ethics aren't black and white. There is no right answer to something. An individual has a moral feeling about something, and that will differ. So I think that's, as I said, it's a humdinger of a question to be thrown, and there is no immediate easy answer. But I think we do have to be careful. Also, I mean, with relation to cities, the ODI have done a year-long piece of work about smart cities, but we actually refer to open cities. And we've heard as well, like Neil was discussing, there's a whole lot of data that is captured that isn't used. Data can help answer lots and lots of problems. Technology can enable the collection of data, but sometimes technologies are created as a reaction to and as a solution with the collection of data that either is going to sit in a pot that could be vulnerable or never be used or not be made open so to be shared and help wider decision making, or can have an impact that's seen to take the person out of the picture in order to create a more dynamic engagement so that something can happen instantly? These are all very complex questions. And as I said, the point of the ethics canvas is to get us to ask these difficult questions. And sometimes the outcome might be, we shouldn't do it, even if it feels like it's the right thing to do. There's something that's fundamentally problematic in there. This is going to be something we're going to struggle with for the rest of our lives and our children's lives. This is complicated stuff. So I'm glad to have the opportunity to sit on a panel and chat about it. I just hope that more organizations continue to embed this within their own thinking too, even if it comes up with some complicated answers.
So thanks for that. Sorry to give you such a tricky question, a hard one to finish on, but time has run away with us now. But thank you very much to all our speakers and panelists again this morning. This would have been so much better if we'd been all together in person in Belfast, but the local theme continues because Tom Gray is going to be curating the next set of sessions around digital in Belfast. I can see the studio already, so they will join us after this short message. Enjoy the rest of your day at BelTech 2020.
Well, the Kainos data scientists really opened our eyes to machine learning and what the capabilities of it were. So we use machine learning to analyse vast quantities of data that garages are creating to understand what risk they pose to road safety nationally. So that new risk rating model allows us to target the resource where it's needed. We've only got a finite resource and there's 23,000 garages, so we have to put that where it's needed, and that allows us to do that much more effectively than we did in the past. In our old way, we had to do a site assessment on a garage every 3 years or so. Now with machine learning, we can do that every month, so we can assess the risk a lot faster, which is brilliant for DVSA. We can find the risk changes, risk model changes in the garage, we can react, and we can go and visit that garage and understand what's changed. I think working in the data team and the machine learning piece, the highlight for us has been how successful the machine learning's been. It's been an eye-opener for us to actually how rich the data is and how we've been able to target non-compliant garages and actually find garages that we didn't believe were high risk before and stop them from testing. So working with Kainos, we have the ability to crunch huge volumes of numbers and get this in quite a short time frame actually, which we couldn't have done on our own. The pace of the work and the amount of change we could do working in partnership with can-do people has been fantastic. Working with Kainos has really empowered us to make sure we're building the right thing first time for our users.
Mary McKenna. I'm a technology entrepreneur. I love the Northern Ireland tech space because there's bags of talent, it's really friendly, it's easy to connect with people, and Northern Ireland is a fantastic place to live.
My name is Rob Grundy. I'm chair of Matrix, Northern Ireland's science and technology expert panel. The tech sector is incredibly important to the Northern Ireland economy. It has been for the last 10, 15 years. It is now in the midst of the most extraordinary times for us, and it will be as we emerge from the current situation and try to rebuild our economy, taking advantage of all the global opportunities that are in front of us. The reason the tech sector is so important is because it spans numerous different sectors and cuts across a whole range of different activities as a key facilitator, from manufacturing through to financial services, into life and health sciences, tourism, hospitality. Technology and digital technology enables so many of these key areas that are going to drive us forward as an economic, sustainable country, providing jobs, an opportunity for young people. So the tech sector is absolutely vital to everything we do in Northern Ireland and every way we drive the economy.
Bold thinking. It turns dreamers into inventors, and inventors into explorers. It inspires us to get closer, to move faster, to reach higher. But bold thinking alone can have unpredictable results. As new technology disrupts every single rulebook, bringing both uncertainty and opportunity, we need to combine creativity and responsibility. We need to match boldness with reliability. This is how we will succeed in making business and society more connected, sustainable, and secure. This is how we will have a meaningful impact. Introducing the world's only provider of end-to-end integrated engineering, quality services, and management consulting for digital transformation. Your trusted partners in technology-intensive sectors, including aerospace and defence, automotive and transportation, banking, financial services, insurance, and many others. We are a team of technology lovers, problem solvers, a network of game changers to help you build a confident future. We, A-System Technologies group of companies, are now Explio.
Good morning, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tom Gray. I'm Group CTO of Kainos, and I'm the founder and lead curator of BelTech. And it's my very great pleasure to introduce this final segment of BelTech number 7. So thanks to Bill Wilson for taking good care of us during the first segment today, and to all of the great speakers who Bill coordinated. And we'll be seeing Bill again shortly. Now, to continue the theme of data, devices, and connected systems, we've got Brian Odgers, who's Cloud Engineering Manager at IoT. Over to you, Brian.
Hi there, and first of all, I'd like to thank you all for joining me, and it's a great privilege for me to be able to talk to you for the next 20 minutes or so. My name is Brian Odgers. I work for a company called IoT, which was founded by Allstate a few years ago. And we work with a wide range of companies on their telematics solutions. So if you were expecting a sales pitch here, you would be really, really disappointed. I'm not going to muse about how IoT is a mobility and data and analytics company. And I'm not going to ask rhetorical questions like imagine a world that has smarter, safer, and more efficient transportation systems. What I am going to do is tell you about IoT's IoT telematics solution and how we use that data to provide insights. The second part of this presentation is going to be around those insights, specifically about how transportation has been impacted during the COVID-19 outbreak. So straight away, I'm going to talk about the IoT solution. So when you look at your mobile phone, you probably think of making calls, some of your favorite messaging apps, some of your favorite also apps that you use every day. When I look at a mobile phone, I think of the sensors in it, the accelerometers, the gyroscopes, even the GPS. And the mobile phone is core to our IoT solution. But we've also got other IoT devices. We've got a little in-car device that you plug directly into your car, and it reads off your ODB2 device. So that's your in-car computer. The flexibility of that doesn't only give us GPS data, speeding data, but it gives diagnostic data as well. So how good your fuel consumption is. And every time there is one of those little lights that come onto your dashboard, we get that event as well. So it adds a new dimension to the information that we can gain insights on. We also work directly with car manufacturers, and they send us their in-car data directly. So in this case, we are actually looking at the car as our IoT device. So it's okay, we've got all these IoT devices, a whole range of them, and they're streaming hundreds of millions of pieces of data to us a day. But we have to then think about how do we process and store that, and then how do we give insights on that information. And if you think about it, this is core to any IoT project. You have to be thinking about these things. What is the data that your IoT is capturing? How are you going to store and process that? And how do you get insights on it? And we do the store and processing through the power of our platform. Now, with this hyperbole, you're probably thinking to yourself, this guy is a platform guy. And I run the platform team here locally. So what you have here is our list of IoT devices, and they're pushing the data into our systems. But we originally had an on-premises Java Oracle solution. We decided to move to a cloud AWS solution. And we did this mostly because of flexibility. We had these large projections of increase in the amount of users, and we thought moving to the cloud was the best way of doing that. But it opened up a whole new range of technologies. So we look at Apogee and Flink to bring this streaming data in. We look at NiFi and Kafka to push the data through our internal systems. We process our data using Go and Kotlin and Java. We use short-term storage using NoSQL databases like Cassandra. And then for our long-term storage, we can start looking at things like Hadoop and pushing it directly to the S3 buckets. But this was a massive challenge to us. We had to completely reskill and upskill our staff. And we created a really diverse team that had a wonderful range of experience and skills and expertise. And we successfully built this platform, and it allowed us to move from about 2 million users to 20 million users in a matter of days. But it's okay to think about it. Okay, we're getting all this data in, we're processing it into these lovely common format models, but what do we do with that data? And that's this last square. We hand it over to our data engineers and data scientists and allow them to gain insights from the data. So we think of a score of our users or our drivers, and that tells them how good or bad or indifferent a driver they are. We also give them insights into their behavior. So do they speed? Do they hard brake? Do they hard corner? And we are hoping that information will lead to them being a better driver. We also do detection, and this is really important. If we can detect that people have been in accidents, we can inform the emergency services or even their friends and families. But the main insight I'm going to talk to you about now is the insights that we have done around the the impact on transportation during COVID-19. But I really, really want to make clear at this point, without having the IoT devices streaming our data into our platform and the platform processing and storing that data, we would not have been able to give these insights. All three things go hand in hand. Can you read through this disclosure while I keep on talking? This is going to be a mathsy bit, so I really want you to prepare yourself. Get back to your GCSEs and that sort of level of maths. We took a representative sample of our data and we ensured that it had all our different customer segments, both insurance and non-insurance. And we also made sure that it had the whole range of IoT devices that we have previously discussed. We have about 23 million active users at any one time, and we used a representative sample of about 3 million users. In this time period of the beginning of February to the end of the middle of March or May, that this is around, that gives us about 500 million trips and 5 billion miles of data as our sample. So it is a big, big sample. So here is the real mathsy bit. So as I mentioned, we started on the 1st of February, and on the 2nd of February, we normalized the data to a 100. And that is to make the maths easier for you. So instead of these y-axis being these used numbers in the millions, they're more or less percentages. Then we created this dashed line that you would see on some of the graphs, and that is our counterfactual. We extrapolated through our 2019 data and 2020 data to what we would have expected the levels to be if COVID hadn't kicked in. And as you see, all these increase slightly, and that's the seasonal differentiation. That's the longer summer nights and people actually going out and doing that a bit more driving. The blue line is what we observed on the dip due to COVID, and this orange lines are the difference between those. So in reality, what we're talking about here is the percentage difference. So we first of all looked at what we call active connections, and that's really people getting into their car and driving. And we see a massive drop of nearly 40%. So 40% of people are being mindful and not getting into their cars and driving. Of the people who are driving, we looked a wee bit more into their stats. And we noticed that the number of trips for them plummeted to sort of in around 20-25% less. And what that means is that people are being more mindful of actually getting into their cars and driving. To take that one step further, those active drivers, those people who are driving, we looked at the miles that they were actually doing. And again, it had that big drop of in around 25%. So if you take into those three considerations, the fact that a large amount of people are deciding not to drive, and even the people who are driving are doing less trips and less miles, you have this quite dramatic decrease in driving of over 50%. And if you think about it, if you anecdotally could see this as you looked out your window, you could have seen that there was far less traffic on the road. But you can also see this happening as well, that you're actually seeing more people on the road. There's still a massive decrease, but there's more people out there driving as people become more normalized. But what we can all say that all drivers are not the same. We see about 20% of drivers are increasing their number of trips and 29% are increasing the distance they travel. And we believe this is partly due to the change in our economic environment. More of us are asking for delivery service. Even my local butcher delivered during the peak of the COVID crisis. And if you think about it, every time you get a delivery means somebody is falling into this group. They're having to make that extra trips and do that extra miles traveled. This is probably the most tricky graph that I've ever tried to explain. I'm going to do my best. What we've seen is that there was a real difference in the driving patterns of people in rural low-density population areas compared to metropolitan urban areas. And we can see in this top line, this really light purple line, that's low population densities. Those are your rural environments. And we can actually see down here that in some cases, the amount of journeys are increasing and the number of miles is increasing. But as we go into these sort of more suburban areas and urban areas and into metropolitan areas here in the dark purple, you're getting this gradual increase of the impact on driving up until you're talking about your 40, 50, 60s, even into your 80% reduction in journeys in your high population metropolitan areas. And if you think about that, that is kind of reasonable. For these low population areas as our agricultural communities, these are the people who still have to go out and farm the land and care for our animals. And that was also a big push to make sure that those produce were still reaching the shops and onto our plates. So they had no chance of changing their driving habits. But here in these more cosmopolitan areas, people started to work from home. They started to be more mindful about doing trips to their friends and families. And they maybe walked to the corner shop instead of going to their local supermarket. And that's where you see this drop. But we actually see this in local areas as well. So if you look at inner city Belfast, they would have a high decrease, but as you went into suburbia, it would be lower, and out into those rural farming communities, there would be little to no impact. This graph always makes me smile, and it gives me back faith in humanity. This driving data is around the US, and there was on this line shows when the federal government came in and said, well, we're going to have a state of emergency, but they gave the legislation to the states to actually define the lockdown measures. And the first one called in was California, which is here, and the blue line is the states that have lockdown measures in place. The black line, on the other hand, is the 7 states that had no legislation to lock down, but we can still see this massive decrease in driving, even when people were not told that they needed to stop driving. They still did. They still were mindful, and they came and made sure that they weren't driving. And this sort of self-preservation mode kicked in. The other part here that interests me is this little part here, right at the top. And even before federal government came in and said that there was a state of emergency, people had already started to change their habits. As I mentioned at the beginning, we do a thing called a driving score, where we score drivers of how well we're doing, and it's a range of 0 to 100, where these sorts of 80 to 100s are excellent drivers, you're brilliant. 0 to 20, you're rubbish. And what you get is a classic Bell distribution of those driving scores. But you see here the black and blue lines, which represent pre and post-COVID, the distribution are exactly the same. So the same distribution of drivers are still driving during the COVID crisis. So it's not like all the bad drivers get out and start driving and all the good drivers lock themselves in their house. It's still this natural bell curve. These ones too are easy. We have this idea of an average driver, and we have a couple of measures around it, but our different measures, and I'm showing 2 here, showed a slight drop in the score of our average driver. So our average driver was becoming a slightly worse driver. And when we looked in that, the main part of that was speeding. And we can see here, this is just looking at driving over all the speed limits. And as the blue graph moves to the left and up, we can see that the speeding is, that basically indicates the speeding is getting worse, so it's getting higher and more often. And it is a marked difference here, but the big one is in this graph, and this is high-speed journeys. So these are our big dual carriageways and our motorways. And this is a huge gap and a huge move to the left and up. And if you think about it, it is kind of reasonable, and that previously these big motorways and dual carriageways had any number of traffic on it, and it was people were just going at a certain rate. But now they're empty. People are flying along them. But this speed change in speeding behaviours impacts your driving score, and it makes our average driver worse. So just to do some conclusions here and recap on some of the insights that we got. So we first talked about how driving and the number of miles people are doing have massively decreased. And in around 50%, and we can anecdotally see that by looking out our windows. We said that all drivers aren't the same. There's ones that are travelling more and doing more miles and more trips, and we believe that's impacted from the change in our business models where there's more delivery services. We looked at the impact of a population density where those rural agriculture communities have not been impacted at all with COVID. They're still driving exactly the same, if not a bit more. But as we move into suburban, urban and cosmopolitan areas, the impact has been massive. We got a warm feeling about our faith in humanity where people have still got self-preservation, and even though governments weren't telling them to lock down, they still were mindful about the trips they were doing and the journeys they were taking. And finally, people are getting worse drivers on average during the COVID crisis, and that's to do with speed, and especially speed on our motorways and dual carriageways. So the last part of this presentation, I want to go back to the point of this talk and to look at IoT technologies and solutions. And if you're going to take one thing away from this, I think these 3 points are really important. For any IoT solution, you need to be thinking about these 3 things. What are your IoT devices and what data they're producing? How you're going to store and process that. So looking at both your long-term and short-term storage, and also maybe processing that data from your different data sources into some sort of common model. And then finally, the insights. So it's no sense in having all this wonderful data if you aren't actually gaining insights to give your customers that added value. Now, I'd actually say you'd think about it in this order if you were an IoT device manufacturer, but at RD we actually think about it the other way around. We start with a business statement or a business problem, and we maybe say a statement like, improving transportation starts with understanding how people move from A to B. And we think, well, if we want to solve that problem and understand that more, what insights do we need to gain? And from those insights, we say, well, what data do we need to store and how do we need to process that data? And finally, we think about, well, what do our devices need to be passing to us? So you can think about these 3 things are really important, and you can think about them in the 2 different ways from a device perspective when you're thinking about what your data you're producing and the insights you're gaining, or their business problem with starting with the insights and moving to the IoT capture. So again, I just would love to thank you for letting me spend some time with you today. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me.
Okay, as I indicated on Monday, Belfast City Council has been supportive of BelTech since the very first event 7 years ago. And that's as it should be, of course, given the importance of the digital tech sector to the city, and it's fully aligned with Belfast and Northern Ireland's strategy and ambition. It's doubly appropriate this year as Belfast has appointed a Digital Innovation Commissioner in the person of Jane Brady. And as we start to bring all the threads of the conference together, cloud, artificial intelligence, IoT, connected environments, we've got Jane Brady and Deborah Conville, who is Belfast's City Innovation Manager, giving us an overview of the Belfast digital ambition and strategy and the various investments, activities and challenges that are being planned. After this, we'll bring on all our theme chairs back to discuss the topics in the context of smarter connected cities and in Belfast specifically. But for now, I'd like to introduce Jane Brady, who will be followed by Deborah.
Thanks, Tom, and congratulations to yourself and the Keynes team, and to Conla and Amy and all that brought this together. I'm delighted to be here, and I join you today in very different times as to when I first took the stage at the launch, I think, of BelTech, which was 6 years ago, and not least that I'm actually now joining you virtually from my garden at home. But as we're all becoming to learn, virtual meetings are becoming the new normal. And in fact, this is the third conference I presented digitally in the last month. And that is really illustrative of how important digital innovation has been to how we have responded to the crisis. When I first spoke at BelTech in 2014, I was a partner in a venture capital firm, and we just launched a growth fund in NI. And today I join you as Digital Innovation Commissioner in Belfast City Council and chair of the digital pillar of the Belfast Region City Team. And I've taken up this role during the pandemic. I started on the 1st of April. And I think it's testament both to the leadership of the council, which we're here again as BelTech was founded under Suzanne Wiley, and their foresight in recognising just how vital digital innovation is in both the recovery, the here and now where we are in the pandemic, but also in developing long-term economic strategies that are inclusive and sustainable for all. And core to that has been collaboration with our city and our business partners, along with our elected members, businesses and communities. And Tom, as you mentioned at the start, today I'm going to talk about our digital ambition for Belfast. And although I've moved from private to public sector for the first time in 25 years, I see many corollaries between my previous role, as both are based on developing compelling investment strategies, directing our regional strengths to address global opportunities. And core to that is to ensure that these strategies deliver a compelling economic impact, but with my public hat on, also ensuring that these are inclusive and sustainable for all. We have all been impacted by the pandemic, our families, our jobs, our ways of life. However, what has been clear is the important role that digital innovation has played in ensuring we have navigated the crisis, and how important it will be in developing a resilient strategy to underpin sustainable and inclusive economic growth. McKinsey have quoted in April that responding to the twin challenges of a public health crisis and an economic downturn require a new playbook, rapid innovation, learning and adaptation. And this is not a time for retrenchment, but a time to lead with hope. In fact, studies from Boston Consulting Group have shown that the best time to grow differentially is when aggregate growth is low. And the current pandemic is not a reason to postpone innovation and investment. I guess in reflection, the first thing to note that COVID-19 is fundamentally a medical crisis and not a financial one, like the 2008 crisis. Even more obvious, it has nothing to do with technology like the dot-com bust. If anything, it's interesting to note how tech-friendly this recession period has been, with society kept inside, the likely beneficiaries being Amazon, Netflix and Zoom. But pandemics can also force faster innovation, and they may accelerate the curve and provide strong tailwinds. In fact, in Microsoft's recent earnings calls, they stated, "We have seen 2 years worth of digital transformation in 2 months." So the basics for innovation have been figured out. However, due to the asymmetric impact to the economically disadvantaged during the crisis, there will be a need to expand priorities beyond traditional GDP growth. Economic recovery not only has a rate, but it also has a direction. And this is an opportunity to embed the changes to develop a more sustainable, dynamic and inclusive economy. And in City Council, we're committed to delivery of proactive, forward-looking digital innovation strategies that will tilt the playing field in directions where both business and society can win. However, I'm not underestimating the scale of this challenge. The economic impact of COVID-19 has brought into sharp focus urgent skills challenges for Belfast. Our existing challenges remain, though exacerbated, and structured changes to our economy boast further dilemmas. The skills required for a post-pandemic world, digital skills, design thinking, entrepreneurship and innovation will be crucial to Belfast's recovery. Our ability to build the digital capacity of our workforce is therefore essential. Lack of digital skills and capacity has already been shown to exacerbate regional disparities, and this will grow in a post-COVID world. Digitalisation is increasingly changing the face of our economy by fueling the continued growth of sectors associated with the digital industry, as well as delivering innovation and technological advantages in how every sector operates its business. However, research undertaken by CBI highlighted the biggest constraint to business growth within the sector was access to talent. And as defined in the recent labour market implications of COVID-19, there is a critical need for intervention to address digital skills for employability. Currently, 258,000 people have been furloughed or laid off in Northern Ireland, representing 30% of NI employment. And young people are disproportionately impacted. 18% of those furloughed are under 25 years, and 45% of total workers are under 25 years are furloughed or laid off. Cohorts entering the labour market during these periods have faced higher unemployment, lower paid and poor job prospects up to a decade late, and may be adversely affected compared to young people entering the workforce after the downturn. However, I still have the same conviction, notwithstanding these challenges as I stood here 6 years ago at the conference. I still believe there's a compelling case for delivering an ambitious investment plan based on digital innovation that not only enables us to recover, but also delivers a transformative impact for business and society. What has been clearly demonstrated through the crisis is how resilient the digital innovation sector has been, and what a key economic driver it is in developing a solid platform from which to develop a digital innovation strategy which is inclusive for all. Whilst many sectors have suffered job losses and sharp declines in sales, the tech sector has been highly resilient in responding to the challenges presented by COVID. Bintru has continued to expand throughout the period. They've welcomed 75 new colleagues delivered through financial services academies in the past 2 months. Last week's report by FDI ranked Belfast 9th in top European cities of the future based on economic potential, cost effectiveness, startup, innovation and FDI. And in FinTech, we were ranked top 3 globally. In Belfast, in the last decade, we have seen a wave of innovation from homegrown startups and a developing ecosystem. Belfast has an impressive levels of FDI from the global leaders in technology and industry, including a vibrant FinTech and cyber ecosystem, with all state, city and Unisquare all represented here today. And it's important to note the quality of these jobs that these employers are bringing. TechNation's report launched earlier this week indicate that the median salary for a Northern Ireland tech employee is around the 40k level. InvestNI has also delivered an access to finance schemes, which I was part of 6 years ago, which underpinned an increase in VC investment. In 2013, there was 4 million invested into early stage tech companies at the launch of this conference. And TechNation's latest report this week indicates that's 100 million for 2019. We also have 2 high-tech homegrown unicorns in Canis and FD, and 2 emerging deep tech PLCs and dialytics and fusion antibodies. An Octopus Group in 2019 ranked QUB #1 in a study identifying the universities that are leading the way in creating and commercialising the academic research through spin-out companies, with a number of notable successes again, such as Canis, Andor and Fusion, all of which have been listed on the London Stock Exchange. Interesting to note the University of Cambridge and Cardiff are placed 2nd and 3rd respectively in that ranking. In the last number of months, we have also seen the very welcome billion commitment into city deals across Northern Ireland, which provides a compelling platform from which we need to develop truly inclusive and sustainable industrial strategies with innovation at their core. Investing in innovation as underpinned by these deals will be crucial as the UK looks to rebuild its economy post-COVID, but innovation policy should not simply return to business as usual. While the pandemic will make these issues more pressing, the UK's government to increasing public spending in research and development gives us an opportunity to rethink, to support recovery, innovation policies which focus on creating a more balanced, resilient economy whose benefits are shared widely. In my view, this practice means, firstly, creating innovation policies that serve the whole economy. In NI and in Belfast, we have excellent universities delivering world-class research, and in the private sectors, we have a strong track record of Indigenous businesses, global FDI organisations, and a vibrant startup ecosystem. For me, the real prize is to be realised from the digital innovation ambition is to bring these parties together in strategic collaboration, leveraging the capabilities of the university's innovation centres of excellence in concert with our SMEs to drive productivity within the economy and using this approach to deliver compelling competitive advantage for key sectors. We need to build on strategies to retain and attract FDI businesses who may be considering nearshoring due to concerns regarding supply chains, and examine opportunities to position Belfast and Northern Ireland as a location for more FDI and as a resilient location in terms of backgrounds in trade wars. But we also have to acknowledge that it's not just frontier sectors that are important to focus on. Small productivity improvements in sectors that employ large numbers of people could have a big effect on overall productivity and crucially in the well-being and livelihoods of many people in NI. More investment is needed to help innovation to diffuse across the economy and to support innovation in sectors that are not normally thought of as being at a technological frontier, to focus on high-value, labour-rich markets given the likely pool of the unemployed. We must also support these businesses address emerging global and environmental challenges and support increases in productivity and competitiveness. In NI, this is directly relevant to our agri and manufacturing sectors and how we can give them and support them in navigating the challenges and opportunities of a drive to net zero carbon and Industry 4.0. Secondly, we must take a very proactive approach to guiding innovation in the public interest. Market forces alone do not always produce innovations that create societal value. We have an opportunity to develop institutional infrastructures for more proactive democratic governance of innovation, enabling the UK's innovation system to fully embrace a mission-led approach to R&D. And lastly, we also need to ensure that NI is factored into the UK government's levelling up agenda, and there is a far greater focus on building innovation and capacity across the country. Public spending on R&D is heavily skewed towards London, Oxford and Cambridge, which receive 52% of investment despite having only 37% of the population. Innovation policy should shift from a place-blind to a place-sensitive approach. The UK's nations, cities and regions need resources and capacity to build and develop their own innovation priorities. Many of you will have seen the recent analysis published in the Nesta report, The Missing 4 Billion, which indicated that NI is critically disadvantaged in terms of regional imbalance in R&D spending in the UK, which has resulted in it becoming amongst the lowest productivity per person. The report indicated that in order to level up per capita spending on R&D to the levels currently achieved in London, the South East and East England, an additional spending of 250 million would need to go to Northern Ireland. I believe the establishment of the Digital Innovation Commissioner role, championed by Belfast City Council and supported through the Digital Innovation Partnership and the Belfast Region City Deal, indicates the importance of the digital innovation in driving economic growth, which is sustainable and inclusive for all. It's a strong statement of intent and leadership in the desire to provide real focus and to maximise the impact of the once-in-a-generation opportunity that innovation brings. I and we in Belfast City Council and our partners and building on Belfast's solid platform of innovation, skills and resiliency are optimistic and ambitious for the opportunities ahead. And I'll leave you with a reflection before handing over to Deborah to who'll describe more of our Belfast Ambition programmes from another of Belfast's great innovators, which takes me back to when I first attended BelTech launch in 2014. From C.L. Lewis, who says, "Isn't it funny how day by day nothing changes, but when you look back, everything is different." Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jane, for that. And yeah, if I could just start as well by thanking Tom and the team for putting on such a great event throughout the week with some really entertaining sessions that I've dropped into. Explainability for AI was very entertaining with Austin Tanney and Andrew Bolster and so on. So if you can get watching that on demand, it's very, very insightful, as I say, very entertaining. But thank you so much for the opportunity to talk a wee bit then in more detail about the programmes going forward, and also just to say it's really great also to share this lot with Jane, our new commissioner. It has been a bit of a whirlwind the last 3 months working with Jane, and she's really helping us to focus on what our ambition is at the city level going forward. I'm just going to share very quickly a leaflet with you that we've put together and that will be shared with everyone after the event through Conla. And so don't worry if you can't see the detail on this, but I'm just using it just as a, I suppose, a memoir to go through some of the things that I want to talk to you about. So yes, Belfast is investing in urban innovation. And as I said, one of our key investments is in a digital commissioner, the first in Northern Ireland. And Jane is really helping us to see how we can pull together the strengths that we have in our city, how we can maximise those strengths and support our economy going forward. And at the same time, bring about a real difference and better outcomes for our citizens. So we're investing in a commissioner, we're investing in a partnership. So key leaders in the city, as James already said, the Council, Queen's, Ulster, Belfast Harbour, Catalyst and others have come together with a collective ambition to weave digital innovation into all aspects of our economy, our infrastructure, our urban and our healthcare services for, as I've said, the collective benefit of all of our citizens. We are investing through the Belfast Region City Deal in a whole range of centres of excellence being established by our universities, focusing on AI, focusing on IoT, on healthcare technologies, on screen and media and advanced manufacturing. And of course, we are investing in our digital infrastructure as well, because we need the digital infrastructure to do anything. And we're also investing in what we're calling an urban sandbox, where we would have a regulatory environment that would reduce the barriers for businesses to be able to innovate, to test and deploy some of the new products and services, and at the same time developing a Belfast data trust for the ethical use of data and for sharing, and also to bring through the various routes to commercialisation of data products. And lastly, I'll talk very briefly as well about the development of a programme of challenges through a Belfast Challenge Fund, partly funded by the Belfast Region City Deal. And we're also really excited to be working with our partners in the Belfast Region City Deal with 5 other councils, not just to bring about transformation just in the city itself, but in the wider city region. And of course, this Challenge Fund will be shaped by the wider regional priorities. So the key thing I want to talk to you about is the Smart District. We've strategically selected 3 initial locations or 3 zones in the city that offer particularly rich environments for our innovation community to collaborate and research, for businesses to form and scale, for investments to flourish, and for the next generation of urban services to emerge. And collectively, we think that these locations represent a global showcase of our wider city ambitions. So an innovation district, this innovation district will be a community for creative innovation where entrepreneurs, innovators, startups, researchers and large enterprises can collide in a rich mixed use, digitally connected waterfront environment. The smart core as well. This really is a unique opportunity for companies to try and help us to design, develop and implement innovative urban services in a supportive real-world environment, and one that offers an urban sandbox that reduces the complex barriers to real-life innovation or testing innovative solutions in real-life scenarios. And of course, our smart port as well. So not just looking at logistics, smart port, green port, but also being able to support business startups and support commercial environment, residential environment, and really as part of this overall regulatory sandbox to be able to test and deploy 5G technologies, use of AR and VR, and looking at new and innovative integrated mobility solutions as well. So this whole area, again, I know you can't see much of the detail when you see the leaflet, hopefully you get a chance to read it all, but this area of the city centre and including the Titanic area right up in our north, this whole area that we are wanting to be able to set in place a 5G environment where we can run challenges from our challenge fund, using the challenge fund, but also in that area there is a huge investment already planned in terms of redevelopment, and as I said, the centres of excellence and many other investments that are taking place there. And the idea is, how do we capitalise on that? How do we bake in technology into the very core and into the very foundations of these developments going forward, to support you, the businesses, to be able to test and to deploy some of your technologies. And just to give you a bit of a, very quickly, a bit of a flavour of some of the programmes that we hope to be running in these particular areas. And just to say, for the past year and a half, we have engaged probably with many people who are listening here in the session today, but we've engaged with a lot, around 200 businesses. We've engaged a lot with our universities, and we've engaged quite a bit across public sector, with our regulators, with our policymakers, to develop a whole range of programmes, some of which will be funded through the city deal, because that's given us a fantastic opportunity to make a real lasting difference. And other projects, more agile now and medium-term projects that are funded through Horizon 2020, Innovate UK, council investments and other investment sources. And just to mention one or two of those particular projects, one very exciting project is the Healthy Neighbourhoods and Smart Healthy Environment. And this is really looking at how we could, two things really, how we can look at developments coming forward, where we can choose a development that's come through our planning process, so that we can set in place the foundations of the technology to support assisted living type projects and pilots, and how we can maybe test out keeping people safer in their homes, and testing out the interaction between clinicians and people in their homes, maybe post surgery or in other scenarios, and really looking at how we can bring about more effective ways of citizens being able to interact with services, social and health services, and also more efficient ways and more efficient models of healthcare. And so there's been a lot of work talking to various different organisations around and different stakeholders, and how we could actually set that. And that's sort of a longer term project, but we're looking at how we can look at those future planning and developments. And at the same time, we're currently trying to identify current area and cohort of people and be involved in these sorts of projects, and where we can retrofit technology to do that. The second area that I'd like to mention is something that has become really important now post-COVID, and it's in relation to mobility in the city. And it's always been something that's been really important to the city, and the master planning, the planning around all of that. But the smart district for us provides that rich opportunity to be able to, in a very controlled way, use lots of different technologies to pull together existing data sources, to run IoT competitions and challenges, to harvest real-time information as well, and to be able to put that together in a model that helps us make better infrastructure investment decisions and better policies, and to help our programs around try to move people onto more active travel using bicycles, walking, public transport, and so on. But also to be able to open this data up to businesses as well, to be able to innovate and come up with new products and services. And of course, to be able to equip citizens with information about their own carbon footprint and the decisions that they can make around mobility. One of the other areas then that we're looking at, one of the other areas that we're looking at is in relation to energy transition. So Northern Ireland has enviable levels of installed renewable energy generation, particularly from wind. And we have the potential for much more. So our challenge is in transmission and storage and in better energy management. So we've got the opportunity in the district to test and scale new technologies, including district scale hydrogen networks. And so we have a whole programme now starting to develop around all of that. The last one I will just quickly mention, run out of time, is reimagining the high street. So more and more people are shopping online. Of course, with the COVID crisis, that has really accelerated that. And so we really need to look at what will attract people into our cities, what will attract them in to live to our cities, to work in our cities. And we have to think differently about the services we provide, how we provide a frictionless way in which people can move around the city and transact within our city as well. So we have a programme as well developing around how we would encourage the creative entrepreneurs and digital experts within our city to start to think of new and better ways that we can do that. We can develop new rich experiences using technology. And so that's just a quick sort of high level of just some of the key programmes that are in development. And many of you listening have probably been engaged in conversations about some of these things. We're really, really excited going forward about the opportunity. And some of our projects, they are long term. You know, they do require a lot of deep shoveling and getting the sleeves rolled up and talking 3-5 years off. But we also have an agile, quick turnaround program as well that we want to run alongside that particular program. So thank you so much for listening. Really interested to hear from anyone who wants to contact us about how they could potentially be involved in any of our programs. We'll get this leaflet out as well through Conla. And thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Jane. We're going to be back in a very few short minutes with the panel. So we'll see you then.
I don't think there is a typical day at Options IT, as each day brings with it different challenges and opportunities that we get to overcome as a team.
No 2 days working with Options are the same. They can vary from being on site with a specific client, focusing more on utilising hardware and how they can be exploited, or being in the office on the support desk, using multiple different types of software remotely to troubleshoot with different clients.
You get to meet so many cultures and you get to talk to so many people, and then you could be going out on site, visiting clients.
We get to work with bespoke technology, applications and software for the financial technology sector, troubleshooting a range of issues both on site and remotely.
One day you could be troubleshooting an issue with one of our networks engineers in our regional offices, or the next you could be delivering that solution to a client face to face.
The travel opportunities at Options are endless. Just this year I was able to spend time in London, Singapore and New York.
We have offices in New York, Singapore, Hong Kong, even New Zealand and London, and you get so much more opportunities to travel beyond those offices.
I've been to London, Singapore, New York, San Francisco, and have ambitions to go other places like Hong Kong and New Zealand.
I've been given the opportunity to train and learn in multiple different continents, travelling to New York, Chicago, Hong Kong and Geneva.
Travel opportunities within Options are amazing. You could spend time training in regional offices and begin to learn more about the account management role within these locations.
My biggest learning curve while working for Options so far has been working on different client sites face to face with the users. I think I learned the most during this time, as each client requires something different and you need to adapt your skills and knowledge to fulfill the client's needs.
I was introduced to new technologies which required training and working in live environments. I was also on site working independently, dealing with issues and managing a client.
The biggest learning curve for me while I was working at Options was realising the importance of being the middleman, being an effective communicator when it came to communicating between clients and when it came to communicating between engineers.
A personal highlight of mine would have been getting the opportunity to work on a high-profile client event. This was a fantastic opportunity to gain new skills and independence in the account management role.
Even during these unprecedented times of COVID-19, Options hugely supported our learning and development phase through our placement year, as we were able to participate and take part in a remote course to help learn different languages such as PowerShell.
What makes Options different than other tech companies is definitely the company culture. Options puts such an emphasis on social events, and even during quarantine, every Thursday night for the support team is quiz night.
Very professional, with a relaxed working environment, great team building, and everyone is highly sociable.
The company culture within Options is unique. I don't think there's any other place that you'll find a culture like this.
Do it. It offers great and diverse opportunities. Always apply yourself and say yes to any opportunities which present themselves.
Even though the company focuses a lot on how technology operates, don't be afraid to let your interpersonal skills shine during the application phase, such as different interviews.
Be adaptable, say yes to everything, and don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone.
Do it. Be yourself in the interview and never ever turn down an opportunity because you don't know where it's going to take you next.
Hi there, Brendan here from Belfast City Council. Great to see BelTech up and running again this year. Totally different format, which is great, virtual, week-long and free. Great to be able for the council to support it and offer such a array of seminars and panels, and hopefully some good networking as well will be done online. Hope it all goes well. Looking forward to participating in a lot of different events this week. Good luck and well done. Cheers.
Hey everyone, it's Matt Flenley from Datactics here. I hope you're all enjoying BelTech so far. Now, no doubt these times are challenging, but from what I've seen since I moved here in the early 2000s and from trips with the family to the Ulster Museum, for hundreds of years now, Belfast has been a city of industry and innovation that rises to meet every possible block to progress. And that heart for me is beating now more strongly than ever. We have a thriving fintech and regtech sector, excellent engagement right across the tech community, and some world-class educational facilities, giving us the right combination of talent, opportunity, and creativity needed to make the next decade even better than the last. Thanks and have a superb week. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. We're almost at the end of BelTech for 2020, and I don't know about you, but I really don't want it to end. But if we have to come to a close, I can't think of a better way to do it than to unleash Seamus Crishley on a closing keynote. But before we get to Seamus, we're going to have a bit of a greatest hits panel. We're bringing all our chairs back with Jane Brady to discuss how the technologies, the techniques, the people that we've looked at over the past 4 days can be used in the context of the Belfast and indeed Northern Ireland digital innovation strategy and investments. Now, in this type of discussion is going to require a degree of foresight and a degree of prediction. And as Niels Bohr said, prediction is very difficult, especially when it comes to the future. So I think we'll cut everybody a little bit of slack if some of our predictions end up being slightly off base. And I think the shock and disruption that has been caused by the pandemic, I guess, has highlighted the fact that all predictions are kind of up for grabs. So talk about a black swan event. So we've got a panel, including sort of James, Austin, Fiona, Bill, and Peter. In case you don't know any of them, perhaps just joined us for this final panel. Can I ask everybody to introduce themselves very briefly, and then we'll kick off?
Hi, I'm Jane Brady. I'm Belfast Digital Innovation Commissioner in the Belfast City Council.
Hi, I'm Fiona Brown, and I head up machine learning at Detactics.
Hiya, I'm Peter Farrell. I'm a technical architect at Kainos Software, specialising in cloud solutions.
Hi, it's Bill Wilson here. I'm the IoT and Smart City Technology Director at Kainos.
And I'm Austin Tanney. I'm head of AI at Kainos and the co-founder and organizer of the AI-NI network.
I'm Tom Gray. I'm Group CTO of Kainos and the founder and lead curator of BelTech. So that was actually very well coordinated. It was almost as if we'd planned it, folks. Let's get stuck in. This is really a question for Jane to start with. What is the Belfast view of the impact of the pandemic on the economy, the society, and how has this affected, the Digital Innovation Commissioner role? Because you were presumably, the post was advertised, you were selected before the pandemic hit. What changes have been wrought?
I think actually the changes have been positive in terms of the importance of digital innovation, and absolutely, the post was advertised and there was a large proportion of that in terms of fulfilling the ambition. The Belfast Region City did a very big asset and the need to develop those propositions. But as you say, I joined 1st of April and it was identified that actually digital innovation is a key pillar of the recovery and the rebuild proposition. And we see, we're talking 10-year strategies with the city data and the innovations we have at the moment, but actually 10-year strategies mean nothing if we can't take our digital citizens with us now. So what we're involved with in the council is looking at actually how we address the digital needs. Nothing has been polarised more by those who are digitally divided currently, those school children who are at home who don't have devices and don't have access to it. So really putting strategies in place to deliver that digital inclusion at a community and at a citizen level is really key and pivotal to us, as well as developing strategies that look towards kind of that economic recovery proposition in terms of 5-10 years and that rebuilding better in terms of a broader sustainable impact. I think you said, Tom, you can't have any certainties, and I guess when you go and define in terms of very specific sectors, it is difficult to have certainties. But actually, in terms of technology and innovation, AI and data has been a key part of how we have been resilient in the pandemic, and the knowledge and use of data will be as key going forward. I think one of the other sectors has been really obviously brought into very significant focus is that of healthcare and health tech, and how important that will be as part of kind of that recovery phase. And those things You know, if you get to ground zero, you know, what keeps an economy, what keeps a world going? It's the data and analysis of that data and the healthcare aspects, as well as obviously food production and other things. So I think there's some fundamental directions that we know that we need to invest in. You look at the sectors, even in Belfast, the sectors have been resilient. They've been the digital innovation sectors. They're the ones who have maintained their staff largely, who have been able to recruit in some senses. So this is an opportunity, I guess, to build that capacity to make sure that we don't kind of get into just that responding, provide that bridge through the economy. And as Deborah mentioned earlier as well, you know, to deal with, you know, we know a direction of travel, and it's going to be digital innovation in some major sectors. But actually what we have is the concept of our challenge funds. So we define it with that challenge-led approach, but we have the challenge funds, which will allow us to be responsive to things as things progress and change. And there needs to be a view as responding to kind of the current requirements and working with our SME sectors to deliver that level of responsivity. I guess another piece just at a Belfast and geographical level is there is now a move between the mega cities, you know, towards a more cluster-based approach. And I think that Northern Ireland sits really well in that, because actually, you know, as a city, Belfast is regionally small to take on kind of a London or one of the bigger urban centres. But actually, we're proving that you can have a diverse workforce as well. So I think Northern Ireland with a joined-up approach can play very strongly into that perspective, where we have illustrated the resiliency of our actual infrastructure to deliver kind of that remote working paradigm as well.
Okay. Whenever both yourself and Deborah were talking about, I guess, some quite significant investments over a significant time period, say 5 years, you know, I do get a little bit concerned that, you know, an investment that has been proposed possibly 2 years ago, you know, it needs to be refreshed and evolved and updated, both in the light of, I guess, a general future-proofing, but also in terms of, you know, the impact of the pandemic. I'd just like to maybe ask the rest of the panel very briefly. I mean, does anybody have any views on, you know, what they feel are likely impacts to what a city might look like, or the types of challenges that we as technology professionals may be asked to help address? I think Bill's probably a good first person to talk to on that.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. Well, wide range of things. And when this question comes up, I always ask myself, what are the changes that COVID-19 has brought that are permanent and which things are temporary? So I think we've kind of seen changes in how people carry out their work, resilient, work anywhere, digital services. But Jane touched on something quite interesting just briefly around delivery of healthcare, and maybe we just sort of focus on that. So the ability to deliver healthcare in a more remote way is both kind of more efficient, digitally enabled. You know, a lot of these trends were already in place, but COVID has really speeded those up. So Kainos are working with a company called Upstream Health, which is putting sensors into the homes of vulnerable people. That really helps those people stay in their homes for longer and can monitor when they're in distress or they need some kind of intervention. And that's really a win-win. And that kind of technology has really been accelerated through the COVID crisis. And I think we've also seen an increased emphasis on air quality. We ended up covering this in quite a lot of detail during my session as well, both air quality kind of in the city because of the effects that reduced lung capacity and so on can have in terms of being affected by the virus, but also measures that cities are taking in a kind of temporary way to improve air quality, things like greater cycle lanes, wider pedestrianised areas. And even yesterday, the Committee on Climate Change in the House of Commons were debating whether these things might be lasting changes. So I think that's a selection of some of the things we're likely to see. Some of those clearly touch on kind of policy and the physical environment, and some of those touch on technology.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if you're looking at things like sensors in the home, then the infrastructure that supports that needs to be adequate. You touched on health, which is always an interesting topic. I guess, Austin, given your background, do you have anything to add from the perspective of either health or AI?
I mean, I think it's a very, very good point that's been made so far. I mean, if we look at health, the changes that we've seen in health, both here in Northern Ireland and in the NHS, in terms of their adoption of new technologies, movement of the cloud, embracing new ways of doing things, has been phenomenal. I've spoken to people within health trusts who said that, we've made progress in the last 3 months that would have, in any other given time, would have taken us 5 years. There's been discussions around how we better use data, and in fact progress in terms of how we better use data within healthcare. That, again, things that have been fundamental challenges that have been in place for many, many years, and the changes that are being made now are things that it's not that we're making these changes as a result of the pandemic, but it's fundamental problems that we've been trying to fix for years. And what it's shown is a capability for us to move fast and for us to make changes. And I think that's something that we're going to see moving forward. And realistically, as you say, data and AI are very much key to this. In the last couple of years, we've seen massive increases of the use of AI within healthcare. And I think that's going to increase. And I think fundamentally that has a huge impact. Bill already mentioned the potential for remote telehealth approaches, but I think that's something that spans across everything. As we see more people having the ability to work remotely, the impact that has on a city, or even the concept of a city, I think can be quite significant, in the sense that if you don't necessarily need to live close to the city for work, you can work remotely. If you don't need to live close to your doctor, and you can have better access to healthcare from a remote location, will we see migration to the cities? And Jane, you mentioned about the idea of competing with London. There's no reason why, if we see people moving away from cities, moving to more remote work, why would Northern Ireland not then be a viable approach to work for a London company whilst living in, Ballycastle? Northern Ireland's a beautiful place to live. And I could see that there's potential for not just migration out of the cities here in Northern Ireland, but actually migration out of cities across the board, which actually increases people's perspective and options on where they would like to be based. And I think that, the potential for Northern Ireland here can be huge as we build our reputation as a place that is good with digital, good with technology, good with data, good with AI. All of a sudden, this becomes a more appealing place for people to actually do. And, that becomes massively de-risked if you can work remotely for your London-based company, but then move to Northern Ireland, find a beautiful place on the coast, and then eventually end up working for a Belfast or Ballymena company as well. Okay,
yeah. So, Austin, you mentioned the possibility that people might actually start migrating out of cities. I mean, I guess that's something that's been on my mind. But Jane, has that been, I guess, a factor of the recent conversations around the Belfast City strategy and the City Deal project? And I do appreciate that the City Deal projects are more region than absolute city urban area specific.
Absolutely. I mean, the region City Deal takes in 6 councils, so it includes 1 million people within that demographic. So it plays very strongly into that regional spread. And actually, I spent lots of time in Ballycastle, Austin, so I can vouch for the beauties of the place. So I think rather than looking at a fragmented place, everywhere always needs an urban centre, an urban demographic. But I think from looking at a very fragmented perspective, can be damaging both to that urban centre. We need to look at a kind of more regional strength, because actually we need scales of economy. So you will never get that scale even within a Belfast demographic. We need to look at where the regional strengths are and to play outside as an externality. This is what we can offer collectively. The skills, the large fintech presence there is in Uri, which is again part of the City Deal, the sports elements that we have as well in terms of really cool things with AI and sports tech. So I guess it's looking towards those key aspects. Now, obviously, we have then the citizens of the Belfast region, and we need to make sure that we are digitally equipping those and those businesses in the very near and here and now. But I think when you look towards an industrial strategy for 5 years, you need to look wider than just those Belfast areas, because actually it will lift the region. There's an area of assets and ports and what we have in terms of kind of core strengths. And Deborah talked about those innovation districts that we're, with our partners in the universities and with the harbour, and how we can build and coalesce around those areas of assets. But those will be a driver for economic prosperity for Northern Ireland. In my view, we'll have those assets there. And then, as Austin mentioned, there is a broader play you can make in terms of delivering a regionally balanced approach as well.
Okay, thanks, Jane. I guess to go back to some of our predictions or views on what might happen to cities, Fiona, do you have any thoughts?
This actually reminds me of an article I read at the weekend in the Financial Times, and it was talking about around Christmas time when everybody goes back home. There's a big surge in looking for houses around, hometowns and locations and so on. And I think the same surge is being noted now. So, I'm living in Cookstown. It's really lovely here, and I'm really enjoying not commuting up and down to Belfast each day. So I think, building what on Austin had said about how, where we live now, you don't necessarily need to be beside your workplace, and especially within the IT sector. I know in Tactics we migrated very well to working at home and carrying on business as usual virtually. But I suppose going back to some of the work that Deborah had touched on in terms of regeneration in Belfast City, our company Tactics, we have there's 50 of us, but we have 14 different nationalities. So we've very diverse people coming in to Northern Ireland. And one of the key issues that we had pre-COVID was accommodation for people within the city centre. And I think that's probably still needed now to basically to house the number of, for example, students that's been estimated to come in on the deals in the sectors that's been highlighted, and also for the job creation as well. However, with the pandemic, I think it probably then opens our eyes to, okay, we're going to have to think about these things differently now. So as opposed to, for example, high rises and so on and packing people in like sardines, we probably have an opportunity in terms of designing and regenerating our spaces to address issues such as social distancing and so on. And I think that goes back to your point earlier, Tom, in that this funding was planned maybe two years ago, and then that needs to keep refreshing as things change. Unfortunately, we've got an issue of unknown unknowns, and it's something that we sort of need to keep in the back of our mind.
Super. Thank you, Fiona. I'm conscious that Peter is complaining that everybody's stealing his lines. Peter, do you have any thoughts? And I guess we're looking at infrastructure enabling us to do a lot of things, let's say, outside the city environment that we would have previously had to have gone into the city to do. For example, participate in a conference.
That's right now, yeah.
So what do you see, I guess, happening in terms of cloud infrastructure, either in terms of enablement or perhaps demands?
First of all, I want to second what Fiona has said, is that it's great being in Tyrone. Yep. So I like that. You can take your bally castle. Anyway, so in terms of what the cloud, the ambition, the digital ambition we talked about, homes for 10,000 new people along the Belfast waterfront area. But I think as we're all talking here in terms of the cloud is enabling us to do remote working, and there will be a greater demand on rollout of full fibre services beyond Lisburn, further west and all across Northern Ireland, so that we all stay connected. A little bit on what Fiona was saying there as well in terms of people from different nationalities, and kind of what Austin was saying as well about somebody can have their London job and work from Ballymena. There's no reason why companies can't, Northern Ireland companies now can't employ the best people from around the world. So if we have someone who is a world leading person in Seattle, they can come and work for us. They'll do a different shift than everybody else, but they will be part of our companies, and we can attract the best people in the world. Bill had a line that he's put in here that I'm determined to use. The impact for me is, and Fiona talked about not wanting to commute. Not wanting to commute is fantastic. The fact that we can remote is brilliant. And for me, definitely from Bill's field of work, you will notice improvements in air quality throughout cities. We'll all have better, healthier lives. Fiona was saying we may end up building different types of houses. COVID has presented us with so much change, and we're rising to the opportunity there. Things are going to change, and it's how we control them. One more thing I was going to say was, yes, with less people commuting, as someone who can put away a round trip of 200 miles a day coming to Belfast, there's going to be an awful lot of cars taken off the road. There's going to be an awful lot less congestion. And for me, congestion was always a big thing coming into work. I'm in early to avoid congestion. So I think there's going to be just what the cloud enables us to do with remote working, attracting the right people, getting a work-life balance back, managing our health against that. I think the opportunities that this pandemic have actually presented us with are massive, and I think it's up for us to grab them.
Yeah, Peter, though,
maybe can I just? Oh, sorry.
Jane first, then Bill.
Okay, thanks. It's a different protocol when you're not all together. So actually, just to come back on the points Peter and Fiona made, I think actually the new the cloud, the remote working, all being proven plays really well for Northern Ireland and for Belfast, because actually, I have friends and colleagues who worked in London commuting. There's nowhere I can think that I live in Belfast and I can go for a run in the morning and there's cows and the lag and towpath. It's a really fabulous kind of balance of having an urban centre and all the facilities that you want regarding that, but actually having a really good quality of life, which can then be scaled kind of regionally for those people who want to move out. So I think actually it's not versus city versus urban. Actually, Northern Ireland with
Northern Ireland as a whole,
have a brilliant mix in terms of allowing us to compete with the big mega cities like New York and London and have a joint up approach in that. So
Thanks, Jim. Bill?
Yeah, I was just going to pick up on sort of the same point. So we are in competition now. The cloud has enabled that. It's kind of leveled the playing field, which is the point you made, Peter. So at the same time, we need to up our game, which is why it's good to see so much coverage of digital skills in some of the material that you've written. So.
That's great. Now, I'm being told that we've only got about 5 minutes left, which is a shame because I've got about at least 5 more questions. But to go off script for a second, I mean, as we were talking about cities, it just struck me that everybody today, I'm sure, thinks of cities as this physical thing, and it provides, I guess, certain services, certain things that I guess you have to go to the city to consume, be it your workplace, be it entertainment, whatever. But I think what we've seen over the past number of months, is that a lot of those things can be consumed remotely. So is there an opportunity for us or for Belfast to reframe what a city is? And if you look at what, say, Estonia has done with the re-citizenship, I mean, can you be a citizen of Belfast, an e-resident of Belfast? What do you think, folks?
And maybe come in and I know others, but actually I think for us we're all we're professionals working in professional environments, and that is true to an extent, Tom. But actually for the communities and the hubs and those who were disadvantaged, they needed to have that community presence. There were food deliveries that were delivered out in those very times of vulnerability. That's when that kind of local community groups and that citizen-led approach. So I think you'll never lose that, and we all have families who do that for us. But when all those other things fall aside, you need that kind of sense of that kind of community and leading those most vulnerable. So I think there is an important place for that as well, that has been highlighted probably more clearly. as part of the COVID crisis.
Okay, and I guess in that context, and you're absolutely right, and I think we need to, I guess, constantly be reminded that we as a group are almost certainly not representative of the majority of citizens in any city. But I guess to help us understand what are the best ways to, I guess, address some of those challenges, I mean, is there an opportunity to use more data-driven decisions, or does that start raising some of the challenges that we raised in the past, couple of days around ethical use of data, etc.? And thoughts, Fiona or Austin?
I think what's come through the past couple of days in the conference as well, yes, you have your data issues. Of course, I'm going to talk about that because our whole our background is data quality. But I think what it always comes back to as well is what are the specific challenges are we trying to address here, and how can we feed those forward then, with, for example, data and so on. So I think it always goes back to specifying, the business problem that we're trying to address firstly on this.
Okay, Austin, any final thoughts?
I agree, and I think, that one of the things that's highlighted to me is that, and I did mention this in the panel yesterday and in the introduction, when we do things at haste, it's very easy to make mistakes. And I think that we need to make sure that we're very careful about how we do things moving forward. My perfect example for me for this is Public Health England and their launch of their contact tracing service. And some of the backlash around that, around data. So within their policies, they've stated that they're going to retain any data that they capture in contact tracing for cases for 20 years and for contacts for 5 years. Now, that under GDPR seems absurdly excessive, and I think there's going to be some very interesting conversations between Public Health England and the ICO, because defending why I would keep voluntarily submitted contact information for 5 years, I think is extremely hard to justify if that person has never had any symptoms or signs or test for the disease. And that's a perfect example of, a service that was brought out quickly because it had to be, that was incredibly data critical and, makes a huge impact and can help fight the disease. But the errors that were made around data protection and data protection impact assessments were quite significant. And again, the backlash has been huge in that. So while we need to think about, yes, we absolutely need to focus on how we better use data, we better use AI, we need to think about the ethics, we need to think about how we're using that data, and we need to think about protection of people with that data as well.
Okay, well, we're going to have to close now. I just guess one final comment from Jane, if I may. What can, I guess, we do from a technology community perspective? What do you, I guess, expect from us? How can we step up and deliver more, I guess, be more responsible custodians of the technology potential?
Well, I guess, my appointment, I've come from industry into kind of a public sector role, and then it's acknowledgement that we need to find really strong ways to work together with our SMEs and our businesses to kind of co-create that proposition. So, we have some very ambitious investment plans, but what we want to do is to make sure we work hand in glove so that we're not delivering things in isolation of the business need and delivering for our SMEs. So my call to action would be to work with the teams and years we have in the last 6 years, but as we roll out the delivery of this strategy, that we can form kind of deep and meaningful engagements to test those issues out so that they're really commercially grounded and delivering impact both kind of now in the next number of years, but also as the strategy evolves. So I know that we're sharing our brochure, which kind of outlines that strategy for delivery, but certainly in terms of that follow-up engagement, because I believe that there is really strong potential for building a transformative impact using digital innovation for Belfast and for all of the region.
Brilliant. I'd love to bring this group back for one of the podcasts we've been talking about, Austin. But for now, thank you very much, everybody. And we're going to return to the studio.
Thank you, Tom.
Hello, Seamus.
Hello, Tom. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So we're now at the point that everybody at home has been waiting for, the closing keynote. So I'm delighted to introduce Seamus Cushley. Seamus is R&D site lead at Bizarre Voice and is one of the most enthusiastic and inspirational members of the local tech community. So Seamus is going to talk to us about leading and leadership. So take it away, Seamus.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for the introduction. So for those who don't know me, as Tom said, Seamus Cushley, VP of R&D for Bizarre Voice in Belfast. So over the last 20 years, I've worked for a number of companies, startups, corporates, and larger scale consultancy houses. So today, what I really want to talk about is how we move forward through leading people. So the question I really want to discuss and discover this afternoon is really, how do you bring the best out in your people? And how do we unlock the potential of our people? And it's a really important question to ask ourselves at this time more than any. Because as leaders of business, as leaders of teams, we face a unique set of challenges. On an average day, we are driven by a wave of change, both in a technology, economic, and social perspective. But over the last 4 to 6 months, with everything that's happening globally, we are faced with even more choices at a macro and micro level. And as leaders, we are faced with things that previously haven't been something to account for. So I think the challenge we have to look at here is not a technology challenge, but a people challenge. But the good news and the piece to sort of hang your hat on, if you like, or give us hope, is that there are certain problems that are particularly human, particularly unique to being human, driven very much by curiosity, communication, and critical thinking. And those human aspects is what we really want to delve more into. So if we look at our people in our teams, they have potential. And for a lot of people that I've worked with and had the duty of looking after and caring for, sometimes they don't understand the potential they have. So what we have with this unique set of challenges is opportunity. An opportunity to help people realize their potential. What a unique position to be in. But for us to be able to do that in a position of leadership, we really need to think differently. We need to start to look at our people as a fundamental principle and as a first principle of our business. Because really we need to look at not the technical, social, or economic challenge, but the challenge of making our people leaders. So how do we go about doing that? The first part of this puzzle is obviously to look at yourself. Do you understand what you stand for, what your style of leadership is? Well, I'm going to spend a few minutes now just talking through what my style of leadership is. And this has been informed over a number of years. And again, it evolves on a daily basis and is informed by the people that I'm responsible for because I'm open to learning and evolving. And that's my key point. You need to be able to learn to be a leader. You need an open mindset. You need to understand when you're wrong, and you need to actively listen. And I constantly am trying to educate myself in understanding people better, understanding organizational structure and understanding environment. And these are just a number of books that I have read over the years. And anybody who's worked with me has probably had one or multiple copies. And from each of these, plus many other areas, we get a sense of different aspects that we can fold into how we lead. And the one that probably stands out most in this one is the multiplier effect, which I'll talk about shortly. So as a leader, if you're not learning, if you haven't got an open mindset, then you're going to be restricted in what you can choose. And to put that in a little bit of context, if I had started out in my career understanding what it meant to be a leader, it was about someone in command and control, helping to help others through. Then you evolve into a leadership conversation where it's all about action around the people in a group. Again, the leadership thing falls to you. Where I've really got to in my style of leadership is multiplier. And this multiplier effect is, how do I give it away? How do I get other people to realize their potential and to lead themselves and others? And if I'm successful in that, then it's really what I would refer to as becoming no longer required. And again, this is a fantastic quote from a movie, if anyone who has kids or those who haven't. Leadership, if you're really successful, you will be able to leave when you're no longer wanted, right? They will want you to stay, but you've kind of done your job. You've enabled them, you've given them potential and growth, and they move forward without you. And I think that's a fantastic challenge for all of us to think through, when to become not required. But to be able to do any of this in a world of massive change and massive context switch, process is not the answer. And I find in a lot of organizations that I work with, that's what they do. They fall into this need for additional process. And this is really driven by command, control, and fear. My approach is more principle-driven. And so I have a number of principles that I kind of hold dear and hold myself accountable to. And yes, it looks like humility, curiosity, and grit, right? Classic, should be on a t-shirt. But where does that mean? What does that mean for me in leadership on a daily basis? Well, humility for me means the humility to listen to everyone and actively understand them. And the curiosity to dig deeper past their first statement to try and understand what they're really trying to say and to give them their voice. And these aspects of humility and curiosity have really served me very well over the last number of years. And then grit, the ability to see that you need to work. It is the struggle that is the challenge. If leadership was easy, then everybody would do it. But we need to teach and understand and instruct people to try and find these elements in themselves that they hold dear and amplify those. And the reason I say that's critically important is because leadership in reality is not straightforward. It's an everyday conversation. It's in the moment because leadership is messy. And it feels some days that it's impossible. And why is that the case? Because we're dealing with people. And people themselves, the good, the bad, and the ugly, they're messy. And humans are messy. But unless we take the time to understand that, we can't realize potential. And that's the key point. When you start to understand your leadership style, it helps to bring other things into focus and helps you get to an understanding of change that you may not have had before. So going beyond that in terms of once you understand your style and you start to invest in that, and it is an investment of learning, then how do you move that forward into being able to apply it? So I have a very simple model that I have used for a number of years now, and very much so currently, which I'll talk about. And I build around 3 elements: intent, alignment, and autonomy. And the misconception, again, in many teams is autonomy is the answer. But autonomy is only part of the answer. So what I want to take you through is really 3 aspects of this. And I'm going to use Bazaar Voice as an example. I joined Bazaar Voice in November of last year. Growth-based company, globally based. It had the challenge, and the challenge was how do we scale? Not only how do we scale commercially, but how do we scale our organization? How do we have an environment in which people can perform at their best? How can we develop high-performance teams at scale? And so that's the challenge that I took on when I joined Bazaar Voice in November of last year. And where do you start with that? The first piece of that is intent. So I spent the first 2 weeks doing 55 one-to-ones. That gave me a sense of what people were about. Why were they there? Why did they stay? And more importantly, what did they want next? They then move forward into understanding the team dynamics. How do we give them something they can believe in beyond themselves? And this is where the intent component comes in. And we built that all around behaviours. And the behaviours around the true north that we designed as a team, again, something I wasn't involved in, the team themselves designed a number of behaviours that they thought were acceptable as a group. And those behaviours became a true north statement that then we have ingrained as something we aim for. But beyond the design to create that, we had to commit to it, and that's the key thing, a movement to commitment. And so we did a piece just before Christmas whereby folks actually committed on a scale of 1 to 5 of whether they thought our true north was achievable. And for those who didn't think it was achievable, it was fantastic because it gave me an opportunity to have a conversation, to understand why it wasn't, where we had to tweak and change, and really then talks very much to this perception that leadership and intent-driven leadership is about understanding your environment and designing and crafting an environment for your team. And so this is the piece that we have started to play through even stronger now. So we have an intent, or true north, which was designed by the team that they've signed up to, which is behavioural driven, which is really important because it means they can hold each other accountable to. And when you're getting high levels of change, behaviours are what makes the difference. And so this is actually the role of the leader. How do you begin to get this shift in mindset and change across intent? With that said, then we move on to the next element of this model that I keep very straightforward. It's alignment. So a misconception on alignment is that if you adhere to the strategy of the company, you have aligned. But again, there are lots of misconceptions here. A strategy of a multi-million-pound company, the strategy of a small team, it's really about the environment in which you breathe, right? And I believe wholeheartedly culture is not something you create. Culture is a byproduct or an outcome of the environment. And so to align, we must create that environment of alignment. So how do we do this? It's stepping beyond that and giving ourselves a deeper purpose. And a big part of what we've done locally within the team here in Belfast and Bazaar Voice is we've designed a set of a purpose and a purpose collective to give us a reason beyond ourselves, right? Beyond the day job that helps people to give back to the community, back to education, but also gives us a sense of connectivity and connection across the team that is not driven by commercial technology or business. And that has then set us up for a really strong platform around principles and community. And this essence of community or movement is really important when you go through a change exercise. Because the biggest challenge in any change exercise is fear of the unknown. Again, as humans, that's kind of a default setting that we all have. We are scared of what we don't understand. And so to bind people together in areas of psychological safety, around communities of learning and communities of practice, that provides an interesting change in dynamic. It allows them to start to trust each other. It starts to have new ideas. So this idea of community is very much an underpinning of alignment. And once you have a learning or a community-driven learning exercise that we have instilled, then you get to this really interesting piece where people's voice increases and you start to hear new ideas. You start to hear people speak who didn't have a voice before. These are all indicators that something different is happening, but it's all very much premised on the concept of community and purpose. Because it is the responsibility of all of the team, just not the leader, to design that environment. It is the responsibility of the leader, on the other hand, to actually ensure that that environment gets curated and gets protected and almost gardened, if you like, as that is an analogy. So that is your responsibility. So for the teams that you look after, the companies that you look after today, what does your environment look like? As a role of a leader, do you help alignment? Do you curate the noise in that environment? And do you amplify the voices of the teams you have? Because if you do, then you get to the point whereby not do you have teams that are bumping into each other and going in different directions, they start to align against a common purpose and a common cause. And so with intent and alignment on everything that you do, you start to see interesting things happen. And that's where you start to see the power of the person and the power of the team come through. When you have that in place, then it's autonomy. And again, in the current journey that I'm on with the team that I'm responsible for, we're just getting close to some elements of alignment and autonomy. Because this is a long road around change. It's not something that happens overnight, but it's something you want to do quite quickly to set out the intent and align piece. And what I found in a lot of teams that I work, the autonomy is the red herring. Lots of teams beyond Bizarre Voice that I had the responsibility of building and managing and leading thought if they had autonomy, they had the answer. But the challenge with autonomy, if you have it without the other two, you get highly frustrated. And I'm sure you've all got teams that you look after that have these symptoms. They make local decisions but struggle with more strategic input. They make local decisions, but they feel that things are being done to them. They don't understand of what they do, their contribution, and how it connects back to the direction of the company. And this is really important around this autonomy piece that must connect to a mission, and it must connect to the greater purpose of the organization. And only then will you start to see what I refer to as an empowered team concept come to the fore. And the empowered team, in my eyes, is the combination between balance, the balance of skills and the balance of contribution. And you're starting to see people bring all their skills to the table, all in what you employ them for. And we see this now in more rounded professionals that start to develop. Where this is really obvious is in new teams that are just forming, or when you bring new, fresh employees into the team. Again, this really talks to increasing the number of fresh perspectives around that. So when you put all of this together, intent, align, and autonomy, and again, it's easier said than done, but what it really gets me to is, I think, the guiding principle that I look to in terms of my style of leadership and how I apply that leadership, more importantly, is aligned autonomy with intent-based leadership. And if you don't have all three of those components, I would believe that you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle to connect, you're going to struggle to be relevant, and you're going to struggle to inspire your people to be involved. So stepping back out of the tech scene and out of the commercial business scene for a second, a really interesting visualization of this, or analogy for this, that I use is a cycling team. And again, the Sky cycling team was a fantastic example of that in terms of performance. They have true intent. They are aligned. They move in synchronization. Each team member has a role that they understand, and they work for the betterment of the team. And when you get that align, intent, autonomy thing, this is the level of team and high-performance team development you can achieve. But it takes time. And again, just to make this really crystal clear, the Sky team are the best cycling team probably ever to exist. Their achievements have been unparalleled to date. But they didn't do this from a top-down command and control mechanism. They did it within the context of a broader conversation of where they thought they had their destiny in their hands. So with that said, I've talked a little bit about my style. Your style will be different, and you want to flex on that. I've talked a little bit the approach that I've developed that's very simple, the rule of three. But now I want to talk about what would we do next. Where would you start? And hopefully this will maybe draw us into a conversation for those who are online. Start is very simple. Again, easy said, hard to do. People can't see the big picture until they're allowed to participate in the big picture. This is the fundamental starting position of any change conversation. We need to socialize it. We need to communicate it. We need to bring people into the tent so they understand why it's happening. What we've experienced, and we've all had this, things happening to us, and the first question we ask is why. This is how we answer the why question. And then when you have that in place, through this conversation around autonomy, intent, and alignment, then you start to draw those folks into the tent. You start to ask them how they can contribute, how they can help you design the future. Can they lead a group that can design a purpose or a true north? And it's getting that unlocked potential really starting to realize itself. And suppose the question that I started this conversation was, how do you bring out the best in your people? I would ask it slightly different. And again, I'm looking really interested to see if there are any questions on this. How do you multiply the best in your people? Because they've got a lot more than we can see. And this really talks to people bringing their whole self to work. And there's a big focus on that at the moment. But it's really about the diversity of thought, diversity of their experiences. And again, where I look at this quite strongly is a book that I've read a number of years ago called Rookie Smarts. From the youngest to the oldest, to the person with the most to least experience, regardless of the pathway in which you got to your team, your employer, that experience and that diversity of experience brings something really unique. And that's your voice and your insight. And so you must be able to understand it first and multiply it. So how do you understand? And this is probably where I'll finish this part of the conversation. If you remember nothing else, the bit that I'm driven by is obviously people first. This is my guiding principle of overall else. Seek first to understand and then to be understood. So meet people where they are, understand what they need, what they want, and then provide them an opportunity to realize that. And if you do those simple things, you'll be, I would say, overwhelmed by the actual response you'll get, and they'll go to places you never thought they could. More importantly, they'll go to places they never thought they could, and that's that unlocking component. So that's that part of the conversation over, Tom. Just wanted to sort of lay that out and see if there's anybody who wants to engage in a discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Seamus. I'm looking at YouTube and had a couple of comments, including good talk, well done. But I'm not seeing any questions.
Okay. Anything yourself, Tom, you want to talk through?
Seamus, that was an excellent talk. I think very resonant. I think it's actually quite relevant to Northern Ireland and the tech sector, in that there's no doubt that we create some really, really talented junior talent through our universities or colleges, and indeed through other routes. But perhaps we have a bit of a gap at the middle, in that early to mid leadership. And I think everything you've said is probably something that, as individuals and as companies, we need to be taking, I guess, more time to invest in. In a sense, I think you're preaching to the converted probably here. But do you have any suggestions on how an organization that, I guess, wanted to start, unleashing the potential of their leaders, how would you go about it?
Yes, so, and this is the thing, sometimes I find, Tom, that companies get caught up in big plans and big ideas and nothing ever really starts. And I suppose my key thing is to start. And what I mean by that is identify 1, 2, 3 people who have a genuine interest in something and give them some time. So this is really this piece of a community of interest starts as you and I, for example, 2 hours a week, if we can actually spend time discussing that. Is it leadership? Is it technology? Is it AI? Whatever that interest is, and allow them to sort of coalesce and come together and to try and give them an environment in which being able to think and talk is okay. Because thinking and talking is equally as important as the doing component. And that's not something we have to overcook or overbake. It's just a matter of finding some time. And what I found in all of the companies I work with and the teams I work with, the biggest challenge they have is time and demand on their time. So if we can, as leaders or managers, or even in the control sphere of influence that you have, give your people some time to think. Even on a weekly, monthly basis, if you can create that, then ideas start to form. And beyond the ideation piece, then, would you give them an extra half a day to experiment? And then you're moving into a whole different landscape where ideation becomes the application, which is experiments. And so that's what I would say, baby steps. You don't need to overcook this. Large-scale change programs are required, of course, but small change and incremental improvement and learning-driven change starts with the individual and with the local team.
Okay, again, getting some really good compliments on the talk. And I guess one specific point about, we'll check out the books. What would you consider to be, I guess, that core library for a leader or a wannabe leader who kind of wants to develop further?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go. These books are here, not as you would imagine, not by my mistake. There's an intent behind them. So let me talk through why they're important. So the Multipliers book is the whole concept of diminisher versus multiplier. So again, how you in an individual can understand the type of person you are and the people you work with, and how do you find those multipliers and spend time with those multipliers. Turn the ship around, again, is, I would have an imperative reading. It's, again, all about how you give intent where you don't understand detail. The fantastic example whereby the commander of a submarine is able to command that submarine without understanding the technical detail. Again, a really interesting piece. Takes us on to the 5 dysfunctions of a team. That's really all about being really critical and clear and honest with the team that you have, and being able to really address those grown-up conversations, I refer to them. Don't shy away from conflict. Healthy conflict is required as long as it comes from a positive space. And then the Barcelona way has really informed a lot of what I've done over the last year. So it's all about moving from a superstar culture to a commitment-based culture. And again, the tech industry is famous for having the big tech star that's on the pedestal, right? And again, this can lead to bad behaviors. Not their fault as an individual, but can lead to bad team behaviors. So the Barcelona way is all about how you can move to high-performance coaching for the team to move towards commitment. And it actually uses the Barcelona Football Club as the example of that. So again, just to try to bring it into the real world sometimes is very helpful. And then a book I've just read recently, reread recently, is The Fearless Organization. And the concept here is all about how do you give people safety. And safety to have their voice and have their opinion. And again, it's trying to reduce the fear concept. So you asked me previously, how would we start? Create small pockets of safety where people can have a conversation and feel that their voice is valued. And these books for me are really important. The other one I mentioned was Rookie Smarts. Anybody who joins me as a graduate are asked to read the Rookie Smarts book, because I find that whether you're 17, 18 or mid-20s, when you join the workforce, a lot of the perception is you don't have value. You don't have an opinion, but I would argue the opposite. You have a fresh perspective that I don't have, therefore I should listen. And that's the key act of listening. So that's the only book that's probably not on the screen at the moment.
I mean, a book and indeed a concept that I guess has always been very resonant to me is servant leadership.
Yes.
Any thoughts on that?
Well, there's a risk, right? So servant leadership to a point, but and I've been here too, so I can speak from experience. You could fall into the trap of becoming the rescuer. So, and I'd say that's where I might have been a number of years ago, that I felt I needed to solve the problems for people. I needed to speak for people. But I came to the point is, yes, you need to be in service of, absolutely, but you need to enable them to actually solve the problem for themselves and to find their own voice and to be able to solve those problems themselves. Because again, it's a scale problem. If you as a leader are solving all the problems, you can't scale yourself. And that's a definition of how do you affect more influences. You need to scale yourself.
Yeah, but I guess I always thought that was what you've outlined, actually is the concept of influence servant leadership, and that you're enabling them to help themselves.
Yeah, I agree. But I think again, it's all based on, and I've fell into this trap with previous teams, you get almost too close and you almost have to do everything for them. And you almost fall into this parenting role. Your role is not to parent, it's to guide. And that's a slight difference around that. But it's something I am very conscious of. And the folks that are in management lead positions with me, it's something we talk about quite frequently, is not to always solve the problem. Yes, help them understand the problem, help them understand how to fish, but don't always fish for them. Because then again, it doesn't scale you or them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, excellent points. Okay, I think we're pretty much out of time. So thank you very much, Seamus. That was excellent as always.
Thank you, Tom. Thanks for the invite.
Look forward to seeing you next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. So, we've reached the end of this 7th BelTech conference. I've been delighted with the event. The content was great. And actually, I think the format worked remarkably well. Maybe it wasn't our first choice, but everybody pulled together to make the virtual conference work. And I think it's been a great example of digital technology enabling something that would have been impossible or certainly cost prohibitive even 10 years ago. We've looked at digital technology and associated skills. We've seen a number of enabling technologies and relevant use cases from across the world. And it's important to recognize the local capability. And as we've seen, we've got a really great, talented community who can punch well above their weight on a global stage. So I have been, as I always am, very impressed with the talent that we have in Northern Ireland. So before we go, I need to thank the key people who made this BelTech 2020 possible. So in no particular order, our chairs, Fiona, Austin, Bill, and Peter. All the fabulous speakers, including Neil and Seamus, our keynotes. And we couldn't have done anything without our sponsors. And they were Allstate, Belfast City Council, Explio, Hayes Recruitment, Kainos, Options, Uno Square, and WorkPlus. And I really need to compliment Niavac and the team who made virtual BelTech possible. And of course, Ashling Media and Conla, who rose to the challenge of organising a completely different event at short notice under, well, exceptional circumstances. All our sessions will be available on YouTube. If you found something valuable, please share it with your community. We'd be grateful for the tweets and the shares. Likewise, if you missed a session, please come back and view it. The event has been free this year, thanks to our generous sponsors. However, we have identified the Robin Hood Project as our charity partner. So if you find the event valuable and can spare a few pounds, please consider making a donation to them. I hope that we'll all be able to get together next year for BelTech 2021. But regardless, we'll see you online. Finally, I'd like to announce that the next BelTech event will be AICon number 2 on November the 6th. Hopefully we'll be able to at least run a blended event, but regardless, I'm looking forward to working with the team again. And if you want to get involved, you're very welcome. So please get in touch, but also please mark your diary, November the 6th. Okay, thank you very much indeed, and goodbye.